Hmm. Hi guys, I don't know if I'm live. Oh, interesting. Welcome everyone. I have no screen on my computer. It's black, but I can see you on the phone, so that's good. I don't know. Can everybody? Hi Jamie, can you see me okay? Cause my screen and my computer is black. But I can see you guys on the phone. Bliss, hi Bliss. Just want to make sure you guys can hear and see me first. You see me? That is so weird. Like I can't get my camera to turn on, or at least show me on this side. Interesting. Okay, so I said that I was going to go live at 2, and then I couldn't get the camera to work, so I changed it to 3. But then I thought, what the heck? Let's just give it a shot and see if we can go live, or see if the camera would work. Well, it's not on my end, but I'm so happy it is on you guys' end. Hi Leslie. Hi Camille. Um, Today I'm going to do donations only. And I don't have a whole lot of time, but I will come back on Saturday and then we'll do a mix. But today I don't have a whole lot of time. So, I thought let's just get to it. Um, and I'm going to go ahead since you guys can hear me and see me. It's so weird that I can't see you. Like, I don't even know how far I'm bringing my lid down. Let me check. Oh, too far. All right. All right. So I'm going to start with Mother Mary real quick. And as always, this is for the collective. Those that are here, those who wish they were here. I didn't give very much notice, and I apologize for that. So I do have chat replay on. Um, Someone asked me if I could timestamp like when I do your reading, and I just feel like that'd be impossible for me. But then I was thinking what you can do is maybe look at your look at your clock when you hear me say your name, and that way, or look at the time on the video and just record it for yourself, and that way, you can go back and find it without having to listen to everyone's, even though I do feel like, especially in this room, that a lot of questions are answered. Like a lot of people's questions are answered through other people's questions. And I feel because that's our spirit guides. You know what I mean? Like they'll get a message to you any way they can. All right, Mother Mary. We have mercy. I'm looking at my phone to see if, okay, you can see that. Interesting. Mercy. I am kind and thoughtful towards myself and others. Mercy. Um, Patience. This is like temperance, divine timing. I trust in divine timing. I have to say, I've been doing a heck of a lot of love readings lately and really trying to cover all aspects: future love, past love, no contact love, twin flames, soulmates. I'm really trying to cover it all for you, because I know that, I know a lot of you, that's where some of you, not everyone, but that's where a lot of the questions lie. So I don't know why I just brought that up. Maybe because love is in divine timing. Okay. Um, Hi, Tara. Hi, Leslie. I don't know if I said hi. All right. So let's go ahead. I can't get out of that. Hi, Chrysalin, I think. Hi, Juanita. All right. So, Camille. messages from your spirit guides. Um, okay, let's use a psychic tarot, Camille, and I'm going to give it a couple shuffles. So for Camille, messages, please. What messages does Camille need to hear? Or, what's happening in divine timing? I don't know, Camille. I feel like that divine timing feels like it's for you. Not just for you, but I definitely feel like it's for you. Like, I get this feeling of like all good things in the right time. That's not the saying, but I think you know what I mean. Which makes me feel good. Makes me feel like things to look forward to. Whoa. All right. Let's take them as they came out. We have the Strength card called Power. I have a feeling you've been finding a lot of strength lately, like inner strength. I feel like you're growing leaps and bounds, and I'm really just picking this up, not really even from the card, but I do feel that like you're growing leaps and bounds, and I feel like there's a lot of accolades for you from your guides, like like they're paying attention, and not that you need the approval or anything like that, but I feel like if I was seeking approval, am I doing the right thing, am I on the right path? I feel like absolutely, like your guides are like absolutely, and maybe that's where I was feeling divine timing. Maybe you're feeling a little stifled at this moment, but hang in there, hang in there. 8, new beginning, as above so below. And then, well, hello, divine timing. Temperance. There you go. And what is Temperance's message? Well, it's literally written on the card, patience, patience. But I feel like you've been patient. And I'm noticing the 8 right before that. So 8, a new beginning. And when I say new beginning, I just feel like I don't feel, it can be new avenues you're adding into like your career or just add different aspects of your life. And I do feel like you've been patient. So I feel like now, it's like seeing the fruits of your labor. See what else we have. Look at that. Another word, another card. First word, patience, planning. Maybe that's what the patience has been all about. Giving you the time to like put these plans in place. What it is I want to do? How can I improve what I'm doing? What is it I need to know? Though in no way do I feel like you are, what's the word I want to use? Like I don't feel like you're sitting back doing nothing, quite the opposite. And you know what else I love, Camille, is the Seven of Pentacles to me is your tree of life. So because we have a new beginning, all in divine timing, right? But I feel like timing is now moving for you. Like you may felt like stuck on that wheel, like stagnant, but I feel like now it's like time for movement. So, I never feel like um I feel like there's been no wasted time. And these, maybe that's exactly what it was, these plans, like putting these plans in place. And maybe now you're starting to really feel ready, or you're starting to feel, I feel like your guides are helping you to feel ready. Now, ready for what? Well, what comes out next? The star. Your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. Look at the sevens right there, spiritual. Going to take a couple more though. Whoa. All right. We're not going to take all these, but we are going to take what came face up. And that is, it's called Truth in this deck, but that's Judgment. That's your spiritual team. And, interesting because I felt like even before we got the cards, like divine timing was really speaking to you. Well, now we have truth, which is judgment, which is calling you to the present moment. Why? So that this rebirth can take place. Now, it doesn't have to mean all areas of my life, but I do feel like one area affects another area. But I only feel good things. Like I only feel good things. But this is calling you to the present moment. So I feel like the days of patience or waiting, or even if I was seeking information, knowing that I was on the right track, your guides are backing you up. All right, let's take one more, or whatever wants to come out, unless it's the whole deck. Camille, I, in my mind's eye, I see you, like, I feel like in a home office, and I feel like your guides are like all around you. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I'm just picking this up, like not only all around you, but they're talking to each other and they're complimenting you. Um, yeah, like very, very proud. I feel like there was probably something in your life that you did need to overcome. Interesting, the Seven of Swords just came out. We have temptation. We have movement, choices, and decisions. And then we have another seven, by the way, Seven of Swords. So, when I just said, I feel like there was something in your life, and it doesn't even have to be recent, but I feel like this energy that I've overcome. It could definitely be talking about like energy that was around you that you just didn't know whether you could trust or not. Is this energy of the light or is it of the dark type of energy? And I kind of feel like we're going back because I feel like somewhere there was like an epiphany, and I feel like that epiphany kind of changed. I don't know if I want to say everything, but I do feel like it changed some things in your life that potentially started you on a new path. And I feel like this epiphany, I know I'm spending a lot of time on your reading, but this is what it wants. But I feel like this epiphany and this present day energy, it's like it's coming together. So it's like your guides are in the room, like, yes, yes, yes. It feels so good, Camille. So good. Even though we do have the Seven of Swords, I don't feel like that's now. And by the way, 3 sevens, that's got to mean something awful spiritual. Hmm. I feel like get ready to make a move. And when I say move, it doesn't mean a physical, like get ready to move out of your house. I don't mean it like that. I just feel like get ready because there may be more epiphanies coming your way. Again, your guides are all around you, as are mine and the rest. But I feel like your guides wanted me to see that. Like literally, they're in their room. Speak to them because I feel like they'll answer. Okay. I'm going to let that be. I feel like if there's been stagnant energy in your life, it feels like it is now coming to an end. Is it immediate? Maybe. Because judgment, again, calling you to the present moment. And there's always a reason. All right. Oh, you're very welcome, and I love you too. Um, I was going to ask you if that made sense, but I have a feeling it did. Let me just say hello, Juanita. Hi, Leslie. Hi, Sundry. Hi, Native Mo, I think. Hi, Dee. Camille, it did. It was, and I'm still in stagnation. Probably not for long. Probably not for long. Hi, Lisa. All right, let me go back and I don't want to make you guys wait forever. Uh, uh, Jamie. Will Lauren send me an email today on new videos on natural diamonds for me to see? Natural diamonds for you to see. All right, so we're definitely going to look for energy of communication. I think I'm going to use the Luminous Tarot, Jamie. So that's what I'm going to look for. I'm just letting your guides know that. Some form of communication coming towards Jamie regarding the information on natural diamonds. She going to receive that email? I think you said today. Oh, I don't know where you went. There you are. Will Lauren send me an email? Okay, so you did say today. All right. Lauren going to send that email to Jamie today. Well, we have the 9 of Cups, inner fulfillment, fulfillment of wishes, or at least a wish. I feel like 9s are singular energy. We have, it looks like right to your home. Well, Page of Swords, so that's what I was looking for. The Moon, the 10 of Wands, the Tower. Interesting. It's interesting because when I pulled when the Tower came flipped over, I felt like I was in a cave. Maybe I was in a mine. You know what I mean? Like literally, I felt like I was in it. And then Temperance, patience, my child. Patience, my child. It's interesting because I feel like the answer is yes. You're going to receive that email. And I do feel like you're going to learn a lot from that email because again, I feel like I was just put into that mine, which is where I would just assume natural diamonds come from. I mean, what do I know? I have no diamond ring on my finger. But then you have Temperance is also about divine timing. So, I feel like there's a very good chance that you're going to receive it today. But I feel like if you don't receive it today, then you'll receive it tomorrow. Like very soon. And I feel like there's going to be a lot of information also. And I feel like you're going to learn a lot from it. But fulfillment of wishes. So, and that Page of Swords. And, I feel like it's like this information is coming to your home, but really probably means like your personal computer. So, I can't guarantee you because I'm feeling a little like, well, it may not be today, but if it's not today, then it's still very soon. And interesting. I look at that 10 of Wands and it feels like someone who's actually mining for diamonds. Okay. Um, I would say, like, I feel like 80% of me feels like you're going to receive it today. But again, if you don't receive it today, like, don't worry about it because I feel like you will receive it very, very soon. And I do feel like it's probably going to be a lot of information. So, a lot of information to absorb also. Okay. All right, Leslie. Um, can I get a reading on an Aries guy? On Aries guy, you're a Capricorn and you need advice. You got it, my dear. So he's an Aries, you're a Capricorn. Capricorn and Aries together. Interesting. I don't know why. Like I'm feeling what an interesting combo. Um, can you use the light seers, Leslie? So for Leslie and this Aries man, what can we know? What can we know? What can Leslie know? What does she need to know? All right, Leslie. I don't know if I said I'm using the Light Seers Tarot. King of Cups. Now, I know that's not represented by Aries, but because this reading is just for you, that king would be your Aries. So let's see. It's like this king is like in a meditative state. He does have a, well, I was going to say a key around his neck, but it's actually a fish, representing Pisces, but I still feel like it feels like a key. Look at this, the Knight of Pentacles. Man, Knight of Pentacles to me is guardian angel energy. And the Knight of Pentacles would ask you, well, let me put it a different way. The Knight of Pentacles is a slow moving knight, but we can trust this knight. This knight tells you that at the right time is when this knight brings in a pentacle. And, this pentacle is coming from a guardian angel. So this isn't just any old pentacle. This pentacle is truly made to enhance your life. And it's interesting because I'm looking at the king and it's like his eyes are closed. It's almost like, again, I don't know. It's almost like Aries is like, is he meditating over you? Perhaps. And I also love the Knight of Pentacles right next to him because that tells me that not only your guides being proactive in this, so are his. And honestly, I don't feel like the Knight of Pentacles, like when it comes in, again, it comes in at the right time. And that's where we want to put our trust. But I also feel like when the Knight of Pentacles starts to come in, it's not just once, right? It's not just one pentacle. I feel like it's pentacle after pentacle after pentacle. But it can also talk about, if we can use these pentacles in a What's the word I want to use? I want to say in a responsible manner, but I don't know why. Not sure why I'm saying that. Three cups. Okay. Well, I kind of love that following the Knight of Pentacles because literally it's saying when this night, again, whatever it's bringing into your world, whatever it's allowing to manifest, I shouldn't say allowing because you're also part of the equation, as is Aries, right? You're all part of that equation. And it's funny as I say that, I'm looking at, well, there's three, there's your guide, and then there's the two of you, a three. But this is the energy of joy. This is the energy of celebrating, something to celebrate, coming right from the night. I get the feeling that maybe Aries isn't moving as quickly as you would like. We have the Six of Swords. Okay. Well, I kind of love that because the Six of Swords means if there's anything toxic, whether it be in your life, his life, or both your lives, this is the moving away from that. And it's almost like the Knight of Pentacles is giving you the opportunity to move away from whatever you feel is toxic. I don't feel like it's Aries because I feel like this is really like for both. But it does feel like, again, may have taken some time. I don't know if Aries is being slow. You know what I mean? Like slow with his energy. And by the way, just so you guys know, I don't really read the comments when I'm doing a reading because I want all my focus on your reading. And maybe because, I don't know, you might be answering me. Six of Swords also would signify some choppy waters, right? It's temporary, but choppy. But it's also movement. And the movement is, I often see like in the Six of Swords, like, yeah, I'm going through this choppy water, but I can see the beautiful beach. It's right over there. And that's where I'm heading. I could see some people giving up in that choppy water, like, I don't want to go through this choppy water. And I feel like if I am, it's only because I don't understand that it's just temporary. But nonetheless, let's not forget the Knight of Pentacles, when it comes in at the right time, it is a reason to celebrate. Six of Wands, that's the energy of being victorious. Victory. And just look at the person. Like her hands are up in almost like a celebration, like claiming victory. Like, and it is following another six, by the way. We have the Seven of Wands, and then we have the Six of Cups. Okay. So without knowing much about your story, this is how I would read it. By the way, another six. Seven of Wands in between these two sixes. I feel like if there's any type of energy that, let's just say is drama based, I feel like in the Seven of Wands, it does speak about standing your ground. But if you look at this image, it's like she's rising above the drama. Why? Because it probably doesn't serve me to get, entangled in it. And then you have the Six of Cups right next to that. So, it's like, it almost feels like one or the other. Six of Cups is really, it could ask you to like keep the focus, and maybe both of you keep your focus on, the good memories, the good times, even if it was a short period of time, and I felt like you probably dealt with both. But this feels like advice. Like, this is where I want to put my energy, right? I don't want to keep my energy in any type of toxicity, especially if it was because of other people. And you are claiming victory. So you are claiming victory. And I feel like this is really simply saying, if you and Aries can, how do I say this? Like I want to say stay in a like a loving type energy, more of a respectful type energy, then it feels very good. I want to look at the King before I let you go, though. The Chariot, beautiful. And let's go on the other end of that, the Four of Swords. Okay. That toxic energy being healed. Interesting that her heart is outside of her body. And I feel like part of that means to me, she's nesting. She's nesting. And maybe that's what needed to happen. I don't know. I have a feeling, like one was waiting for another. But I feel like the the procedure, the healing part of it must have been a very important part of it. And that may speak about letting go the things that just didn't work out, for whatever reason. But then you have the Chariot over here, right over the King. And to me, that's movement. And it's kind of interesting that neither one of your signs came up, but it doesn't matter, because that's not really how I read anyway. But the Chariot does now mean movement. It's mirroring the Four of Swords. So I do feel like some healing had to take place because of toxic energy, toxic people, toxic words. And I had to heal not just my heart, but my mind, my body, my soul. And then I feel like that's exactly what you do. And that's why you're claiming victory. It feels like a spiritual victory. It really does. And I feel like the advice would be here, you know, um, the more that we can just think about the good things, the better off things will be. Because we don't want to forget the Knight of Pentacles is here. And again, to me, that's guardian angel energy. I come at the right time, not before. So I feel like they're talking about healing. So I get the feeling that maybe you're not together right now. And maybe that's what you want. But I also feel like with the Knight of Pentacles here, like trusting in divine timing, remembering the good things about each other, not the bad things. And if you have like bad energy between the two of you, then that's what needs to heal. But I also feel like the healing is everything. And the Chariot, I feel like then there's movement. And we want to remember the Chariot really speaks about unlimited potential. But that Chariot's being driven by our intentions. It's the intentions that it's our seeds that we're planting. And also the Chariot does require balance. Another reason why healing is so important. And listen, two people may heal separately and then come together. But I feel like with the Knight of Pentacles here, it's almost like as much as you can let go of worry, because I feel like, in a way, I feel like you don't need to. I feel like that's when the healing process really takes place. And that's an important element to this. Okay. Some of these readings, I feel like they need to go, or not that they need to go deeper. I wish I had the time to like really, really get into them. All of a sudden, I'm sweating. And it's interesting because I've noticed that, like, my guides are always around, but when they're like helping me, so to speak, I get hot, not cold, where a lot of people get cold. Jamie. By the way, guys, if I have time, I will try to go back and answer a few free ones. I know a lot of you support my channel, and I don't like leaving your questions on the table. I really don't. But if I have time, I will try. I don't have a whole lot of time today. All right, Jamie. Messages from Lauren to me. You in this ring. Okay, messages from Lauren to you on her looking for the right natural diamonds for me. I heard from her for a week now. I think you mean you haven't heard from her. But that doesn't matter. Messages from Lauren to me on her looking for the right natural diamonds for me. So I'm not sure if you're not trusting her, or maybe trust is not the right word. Maybe you're feeling like you don't know if she's going to like present the right information to you. But let's see what comes up. Let's use the Tarot Dreams. So I feel like the question is Lauren looking for the right natural diamonds for you? Is she? All right, give him a quick cut. This diamond ring doesn't shine like it. Something, something. It's funny how you were talking about what were you lab diamonds. I think it was in the last live, and it made me like very curious. Like I want to learn about them. I want to learn about lab diamonds. We have the Empress. If nothing else, I can trust the Empress. Not only do I feel like I can trust the Empress, but I feel like the Empress will do what the Empress says she's going to do. And then you have the Sun next to that. So, Sun, beautiful energy to have in any reading. It's illumination. Interesting. Illumination just made me think of a diamond. So perhaps she is going to find like the perfect diamond. But I do feel like, yeah, I feel like I can trust this Empress. Let's just take one more. I don't feel like I need a lot. Look at that Ace of Swords. Kind of tying back to your last question. But yeah, I feel like I can trust Lauren. I do feel like this is talking about, first of all, the Ace of Swords to me is truth. So, whatever I tell you, I feel like it's going to be the truth. And the sun makes me feel like it's funny, I just forgot your question, but I feel like, whatever needs to be illuminated will be illuminated. Interesting how he's holding. I can't even see what I'm doing. This is terrible on my end. Um, I feel like she's gonna find that diamond. Makes me now. I need to go back and read your question. Looking for the right natural diamond. Okay, so yeah, I do feel like you can trust her, and I do feel like you're going to hear from her soon. I feel like that's what the Ace of Swords is saying, and I also feel like whatever information you receive, I feel like it is the truth. Um, and I also feel like you're going to be very satisfied. You know what I mean? Like very satisfied, but it may take time. Like you may get the information before you get the diamond, but I feel like definitely I definitely feel like you're going to get some really helpful information. And maybe that is going to help you make like an ultimate decision. But I do feel like I can trust Lauren. Nothing here, like I just feel that. And again, patience, divine timing, maybe also part of that process. All right, Sundry, may I have a general reading for the next 3 months, please? Of course. Thank you. You're very welcome. I think it's time to bring in the Cozy Witch Tarot. So I just want everybody to know, anyone who's new, I always shuffle the cards between each reading, but I cut them if it's the first time they're being introduced into our live chat. So we're going to give them a cut. Sometimes I cut them more than once, but I just let my hands do whatever my hands want to do. All right, next 3 months. Whoa. Okay, we have the Five of Wands. We have the Patient Witch. Again, divine timing. We have, hello, Magician, the Manifester. I feel like as I'm being patient, I could certainly, okay, let me take that back, because I feel like this is your ability to manifest. But I feel like nothing's moving really fast for you, but maybe that's the way it's meant to be. Hello, Ace of Pentacles. I'll take it. And by the way, sitting right next to the Magician, I feel like it's reminding you of your power, all of our powers to manifest. Because I feel like, what we're going to remember is like this Ace of Pentacles to me is like the seed. And then what I do with that seed, if I'm going to nurture it and watch it grow, or I'm going to ignore it and watch it dry up and die. But I don't feel that. So I feel like this Ace of Pentacles is saying there is something coming into your life, let's just say within the next 3 months. I do feel like you had to be patient, but that's why divine timing, I feel like divine timing is speaking to everyone today. But we do have to look at the Five of Wands first, because it's your very first card, and that can talk about drama. That can talk about fighting. Um, but this is the type of energy, at least at this table, where I feel like no one wants to back down. And the only solution I feel potentially is me walking away from it, me not needing, like if I'm looking for an apology, I don't think I'm going to get it in this energy. But maybe, truth be told, I don't really need it anyway. It can be a lot of ego energy, and my ego could be like, oh, yeah, I do. But your spiritual being is like, no, you don't. No, you don't. We have Nine of Swords. But then look at this, we have the Star. So, first of all, I want you to notice the power of the ability to manifest. The Star, and it just so happens I put the card that way. She's looking right up at the Magician. So is the Patient Witch, which is also you. And I'm not calling you a witch. This person's just kind of laying back, thinking. But be careful you're not overthinking. Because I feel like in the next 3 months, I feel like you are manifesting this Ace of Pentacles. And this Ace of Pentacles, this means it's something that's coming literally into your physical world. Like the Ace of Cups can be energy, right? But this to me means it's coming into your physical world, and it is meant to enhance your world. What does it say? Whoa, what an abundant opportunity. And let's take one right down the middle. We have the King of Swords. Okay. Well, I'm not sure who the King of Swords is. Unless this is someone that you would like in your life. And it may even be communication. You may be hearing communication from someone. But listen, I feel like it's got nothing to do with that Five of Wands. I feel like that Five of Wands, which again is, can be drama filled. I feel like this person's outside of that. Now, when I look at the Star, not only is she looking up at the Magician, now she's also looking up at the King. This King can be a queen also. I want people to understand that. But this is a king of action. He's got a little flame lit. So let's just clarify. You know what I want to do? I want to take a card, the Emperor, on both sides. It's almost like a father figure causing drama. And then on this side, we have the good luck charm. It's like she's literally wearing that pentacle around her neck now. Okay. So I feel like, that Five of Wands, first of all, it's a 5. So it is asking for change. But why? Why do I need that change? Well, because I feel like that's what's causing the Nine of Swords. And that is a lot of worry, but it's unnecessary worry. That's what the meaning of the card is. And I feel like I don't want to let any worry or any doubt enter in my mind. Instead, I want to be optimistic and understand the power I have in manifesting. Now, it doesn't mean that exactly what I want is exactly what I manifest. I'm kind of letting divine handle that. But literally, whatever you're wishing, it feels like it's coming your way. Don't let worry or other people's drama get in the way of how you'd like to see your life, what you want to create in your world. And if this is like let's just say this is an old connection. Well, I feel like over here, if this is someone else, if this is this king, I feel like they'd be looking at you in a very different light, in a beautiful light. I may want something before it's time, but I feel like, again, temperance would say, or let me put it another way. Let's use the apple tree for an example. Like, I don't want to pick that apple before it's ripe, because then it's just bitter, and then I'll just throw it away. Kind of like that Ace of Pentacles. I'm either going to nurture that ace and just watch it grow and grow, or I'm going to let it dry up and die. And I feel like if that would be the case, that would be other people's influence on you. I feel like in the next 3 months, you're in a very powerful state. You're in a very powerful type energy. Um, and I feel like we can always manifest. But if there's something in particular, well, let's just say the star, right? It's a wish, it's a dream, it's one of your hopes, something you have hoped for. Here it comes. Here it comes. Let's just get rid of this Nine of Swords and let's trust in divine timing instead. And again, it could simply mean I'm overthinking something, or maybe I'm starting to think something won't ever manifest, but that star is telling me the opposite. So, I do feel like you do need to look at that Five of Wands, because any five really is asking for a change. But I want you to look at it, understand it, and again, if like sometimes we're waiting for someone to like apologize to us, and down the road it's like we start to realize like I don't need their apology, like I just want to move on. Okay, I hope that helped. um Hi Dawn, hi Sophia, hi Dee. Hi Alyssa. Hi Anna. I'm kind of going backwards. Hi Lisa. Lisa Spears. Oh, hi. I think it's KEI. You know, I'm so bad at pronouncing names, but thank you so much. All right. I just want to read a couple of the comments. Dee, you were just thinking about me. Beautiful. Maybe we're connecting. All right, Sophia. Hi, Sandy. I would like a message from my spirit guides. You feel a little stuck in all areas. Okay. I'm going to bring the Psychic Tarot back out. So, Sophia's feeling stuck, stagnant. Can you tell us why? Can you give us any good news? Anything that will help Sophia? Or do you already have messages for her? Whatever they may be, I am open. By the way, you guys hear me just talking out loud? That's literally how I talk to my guys. I talk out loud. Even when I'm sitting in the room by myself, like doing work on the computer, and something comes to mind, I'll be like, okay, guys, I need help here. You know, All right, another 5. Conflict and defeat. Probably what you're feeling right now. But look what follows that. The Star. Again, your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. But I also want to, I know I say this a lot, but I feel like it's important that we understand that we're really working hand in hand with divine. It's not about divine just bringing us in a wish, you know. It's about us manifesting that. It's like us putting our intentions there. And I don't even have to know. Like I don't have to be asking for like anything in particular. Maybe I just want the energy to lighten up. Maybe I'm just saying I just want some good things to start happening in my well, I said house, but life. A 5 again does signify change. So I feel like you have been going through some difficult energy. Star says hope here. You like keep your hope alive. I feel like sometimes we're tested in our patience. Like I want it and I want it now. And I don't mean you. I just mean all of us. Like sometimes we want what we want, we want it now. But our guides would be like, but yeah, but you may not be able to take it to its full potential if I brought it in right now. Universe. Okay. It makes me feel like this stagnant energy is about to change. Universe it's the World card. It's the next chapter. Okay. That's a lot, but you know what? I'm going to take them. I just want to make sure they were shuffled. Okay. So we have the 6 of Swords. Well, that makes sense because it's mirroring conflict and defeat. So there may be some energy I'm going to use. It could be energy around you that you may be feeling defeated. But I feel like that's just what I'm feeling. Because I feel like you're not defeated. I feel like you're so much stronger than you think you are. And I feel you feel pretty strong. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like you're still not as strong as you think you are. So I kind of love the 6 mirroring this 5 over here because this means whatever. Just it could simply say too, take a look at your life. Take a look at your life. Reminds me of another song. Take a look at your life and just analyze it. Like what elements in my life are just not working? Who's not working in my life? What changes can I make that would really start to bring better, clearer, higher energy into my life? First of all, it takes your action because this is your action. And I often feel like sometimes that's what divine is waiting for, is for us to take certain action. We have the Ace of Swords under conflict and defeat. Could be dealing with some difficult conversations. We have the Empress. Beautiful. We have balance, which is justice. So weird. I'm holding cards up to a black screen for me. But anyways, balance, justice. You know what? You may have been going through some karmic energy also. This could certainly signify cutting of ties. Now, it doesn't even have to be with a person. It could just simply mean I need to really look at this conflict and defeat. Why? Like, why does it even exist? Is it communication? Am I getting pulled into like negative type communication, but it's not serving you? And I also feel like how do I say this? Like, I feel like if you've been dealing with difficult people or a person, because I feel like there's something that's no longer serving you in your life. And that may be why you're feeling a little stagnant. I love the Empress here with the star above her because the Empress really receives epiphanies. I mean, we all do, but the Empress is someone who then puts them into use. You know, it doesn't have to mean I immediately put it into use because when you think of the Empress, a lot of times you'll see like her pregnant. And to me, that just signifies that I'm going to give birth to my ideas, to my dreams. Three cups, rejoice and celebration. Literally, you move on or you make these changes or a change, and it may just literally mean energy. I've been feeling stagnant. And maybe because I've been feeling stagnant, I just feel like, is this ever going to change? Well, the answer is yes. But you have something to do with that also. But then look at this. As soon as you do make that change, and again, if it's communication, where from someone or I don't know, I just get a feeling like this Ace of Swords, even though it says triumph, success, maybe it's because of the Six of Swords. Because I do feel like you're cutting ties. Now, they could be energetic ties. Often feel like, not often, but, sometimes I feel like justice, like I picture like hooks within us, and we have to remove those energetic hooks. And then a reason to celebrate literally says rejoice in celebration. Chariot. And then on the other side, we have the Five of Cups. Almost like someone's not playing your game, not your, you know what I mean? I don't mean that as in you're playing games, but I feel like someone's not playing in the way that I expect them to play. And I also get this feeling that someone may reach out that I feel like has nothing to do with this past energy. You may be hearing from someone and it gives you a reason to celebrate. Or another thing to say, it puts joy in your heart. But again, it's when I let go of whatever this conflict and defeat is. Because as soon as you do that, boom, the Chariot movement. And then I feel like this says emotional loss. And yes, you could have been dealing with that. But what you got to be careful about in that energy is interesting. 11, 11. Anyway, the one thing about the Five of Cups is, sometimes we can get stuck in the energy of woe is me. And that's all of us. You know what I mean? Like all of us can get stuck in that energy. But the truth is, I feel like you may potentially be hearing from someone. Now, I'm not even saying love, but someone or something that is going to give you a reason to celebrate. I do feel like energy is going to start moving now, especially with the universe right here. It literally means the next chapter. It's ready to open. And I love the stars right before that. And some of this energy could have been karmic, like karmic lessons. Karmic lessons are not easy, but man, are we celebrated when we can get through these lessons. And I even feel like the difficult energy is really what taught you probably more than anything But I love the Empress with the star above her. So keep that in mind. Like that is you. And the Empress is also someone who, no matter what's happened, she doesn't allow like past energy to stop her life, to stop good things from entering into her world, right? She definitely rises above. This is someone who has learned to trust her own energy over anybody else's, especially if someone's been causing me problems. Now, when I say someone, again, it can just be something or someone. But I have a feeling you may be hearing from someone. Let's go right in the middle. The Magician. Wow. You know what I feel like? Um, I just want to go back to your question. Where did you go? All right, so you're feeling stuck really in all areas, and I feel like that's what the fives are speaking of. I feel like, Sophia, the more you can clear your mind, and maybe that means taking walks out in nature, becoming grounded, more grounded, and sometimes literally just putting your bare feet on the grass, you know, sitting under a tree and extracting the wisdom of these trees, right? I often feel trees, I don't know, I really connect to trees. Um, and I feel like the more that you can calm your energy, the more results you're going to start to see coming forward. I do feel like this stagnant energy, it wants to change, and I feel like it will change. But also tell yourself that you really deserve a good life, because I feel like you've been through it. But I also feel like you've learned at the same time. So that's why the Empress is the one who really, I feel like more in like I feel like we all receive epiphanies, messages from our guides, signs. Doesn't mean we pay attention to them, but the Empress does. And I love the Magician right here, awareness with the star and the world. So I feel like energy is going to start changing for you, Sophia. But I feel like you do need to be part of it. And then I feel like, I don't know, maybe your life is going to look very different, but in a good way. Okay, gonna let that be. The Empress, the star, the world, a reason to celebrate. It's giving us everything because it's also giving us those fives. And fives do, talk about change. It's not always us that needs to make the change. Sometimes it's just telling us energy is about to change, and if energy is about to change and a potential, I shouldn't have said potential because I already feel like the new chapter is going to open up. Well, I don't want to bring, old hurtful energy with me. And the Empress would not do that. It's almost like taking on the fool's energy, but also knowing that you have the wisdom to get through. I hope that helps, Sophia. I always hope it helps. Okay, Camille. Next 2 weeks. Yeah, it's funny you put predictions, and I feel like I don't do predictions. I don't know why. Um, I don't know why, like, I don't use that word because I feel like, I don't know. I just don't feel like predictions. Now, I'm not saying anything about you writing that. But anyways, next 2 weeks. Next 2 weeks. Universal Tarot, Camille. Let's see how it matches up with your other reading. Well, okay. We have Justice. There's the Empress again. And yes, I know you're a male. But that doesn't mean, because what we got to remember is we carry both feminine and masculine energy. This could be calling for you to bring out more of your feminine type energy. And what I mean by that is like, nurturing type energy. But she's very powerful at the same time. And maybe that's also what he's talking about, like understanding that you are a powerful being. And why am I saying that? Because I feel like you have been through it. Essentially, I feel like we've all been through it, right? But we all have our own stories. Let's keep going. Hello, lovers. Eight of Wands. What I think about, I bring about. Seven of Pentacles. Your tree of life. There's that apple tree I was referring to. And then the Six of Cups. Wow. This feels more kind of lovey-dovey type energy than anything, to be honest. It's like the Empress has a seed that she's about to give birth to. And it's interesting that the Lover sits right next to her. Now, the meaning of the card is a head over heart decision. But I feel like whatever decisions you're making, the universe is listening. Because in the Eight of Wands, I truly feel it's what I think about, I bring about. But I'm not putting restrictions upon it. Or I'm not saying, like if this is talking about romance, let's say, that it must be this way. Or someone must look this way. This is trusting in divine. But also, again, I feel like it's saying, it's interesting how we have quite a few people felt stagnant just today alone. But yet everything feels like it's starting to move. So again, that could be planetary. We have Justice opening up the reading, which talks about balance. Can certainly be cutting ties. But it would be cutting ties to anything that doesn't serve us. If I have a certain plan in my life and I know a certain energy will just not work well with it, then maybe I just got to cut it. Right? And maybe by doing that, that's what brings me balance. But this does feel kind of romantic. And I feel like the more you can keep your, and you said I think you said 2 weeks. So it feels like the next 2 weeks might be romantic. And I don't know if you're thinking about someone of your past. I feel like you are with someone. I could be wrong. And if you are with someone, I would say for the next 2 weeks, try to keep it on a happy note, if that makes sense. But again, the Seven of Pentacles, a seed, becoming right. The Empress is the perfect person to receive it. That's why I feel like the Lovers is not ahead of her heart decision, because I feel like the Empress would already know that. And again, even though you're male, I still feel you're the Empress here. So I feel like keep love in your heart. Keep romance in your heart. Because I feel like it feels romantic to me. It just feels romantic. Let's take one right in the middle. Two swords. Now, that would not be the Empress's energy, because she trusts her own energy or his own energy. Two swords can mean there's a little bit of a blindfold. There's a little bit of a block. But I need to take that blindfold off. Especially with the Eight of Wands here. Because as much as I can manifest good things in my life, well, I can also manifest bad things. And when I say bad things, I just mean a lower vibrational energy. I'm going to cross right over her King of Cups. I feel like, Camille, just keep your heart open. Like, don't put restrictions on your heart. And let whatever wants to flow to you and flow through you. Because remember, the Empress is not just, she has a lot of self-respect for herself, but she's also loving and nurturing to others. But she's also very wise. So it's not saying like, just be stupid and have a romance. No, she knows what she wants. Or let me put that another way. As energy moves towards her, she trusts her own energy as a measure of whether this is going to be good for me or not. But I feel like I'm going off course here, because really what I feel like this is just talking about romance, or it feels romantic. And just let it be. You may find yourself where you just get this feeling of wanting to help others. And I feel like if that's the case, it feels perfect. It feels right. And I'm going to say one more thing, and I'm going to let it be, but I feel like, just be careful. Especially if this is speaking about romance, that I'm not allowing past energy to have influence on my present or energy moving forward, right? Like, nope. So I feel like just keep yourself open, loving, and I feel like you might have some romance in the next 2 weeks. Interesting how it's making me read it that way. But it feels good. Only thing is that Two of Swords. I don't feel like this is energy I want to block. So if I feel like I'm going to block it, then I need to look back at justice. It could just simply saying that there could be energetic ties, again, like those hooks that we can remove. And then I feel like because I feel like romance is going to blossom in some way, somehow. And of course it's your choice. But I feel like don't allow fear. And I don't feel a lot of fear, but this is potentially blocking. But the King of Cups, loving, nurturing. This is someone who enjoys relationships. I want to have that special person. When the phone rings or something happens in my day, you're the one I want to call. Who knows? If you're not with someone, I have a feeling you're going to meet someone. If you are with someone, I feel like then things are only going to get better. Maybe there's going to be real clarity. But I feel like what it's calling for is romance. But I feel like it's also calling for you to just allow your romantic side to come out, explore, have a little fun. Okay. I feel like that's the first time I've gotten that for you, Camille. Jamie, how did that feel, that feeling in the cave? It felt like I was a minor. It's funny. Sam used to be a minor way back. I'm in Pennsylvania. A lot of miners in this area. But that's literally how I felt. I felt like I had a hard, what do you call it? A hard hat on and my little beacon of light. It's like I'm searching for diamonds. All right, Alyssa. Energy check between F and I. Two weeks ago we talked. I wonder if our connection will resume to being intimate and growing again. All right, Alyssa. Oh, just jumped. Okay, I just wanted to go back make sure I didn't miss. Anyway, where'd you go, Alyssa? Okay. All right, let me read that one more time. Energy check between F and I. 2 weeks ago we talked. I wonder if our connection will resume to being intimate and growing again. Thank you. You're welcome. I don't know why, but the psychic tarot keeps calling to me today. So we're going to use the psychic tarot and see really if this conversation has ignited the potential of maybe becoming intimate again. And I feel like saying and picking up where we left off, so to speak, because I feel like maybe I don't want everything of the past. We have the marriage card. Commitment. Look at this, the wheel. We have recognition and reward. And then we have truth. This is judgment. Interesting that judgment is mirroring the marriage card. Now, it's called the marriage card. I call it the commitment card. But here's what's interesting. Truth is judgment, and judgment is calling your energy to the present moment. Well, we're talking about the present moment right now. And it is about a rebirth, right? That's why they want your attention, because there's about to be a rebirth. Now, of course, you get to say yay or nay, as does anyone who's got free will, which we all do. But it definitely feels like, okay, well, your spirit guides are involved in this. Why? Well, because you're probably soulmates. No, I don't want to say probably. I feel like you are soulmates. But let me make something clear. Just because someone's a soulmate doesn't guarantee us that we'll spend the rest of our lives together. And sometimes doesn't even mean that we were meant to spend the rest of our lives together. Sometimes soulmates are just here to help us teach us and us them. However, you do have the commitment card. And then I kind of love this is the Three of Pentacles, recognition and reward. And I do feel like that's the energy where two people, because we're talking about two people right now, where two people really kind of recognize each other. But I feel like on a soul level, I have a feeling you must have had a good conversation. But I don't want to stop there. I want to keep going. Whoa. I don't want to give you any false hopes also, but I do want to say that everything in front of me looks quite beautiful. Even the wheel, like, choose wisely. Seven of Cups. Now, the words choose wisely, that could freak some people out. Seven of Cups to me is really about trying to make a decision where maybe my heart's feeling a little chaotic, my thoughts are feeling a little chaotic. Is this the right thing for me to do? It can talk about uncertainties, but yet it is also talking about cups. When cups to me, they're fulfillment, love. Doesn't have to be love, but we are talking about love right now. Oh, okay. So interesting. I just said that. So I feel like there is love. Look at this, the waiting game. I feel like you've been waiting. And let's take one more. The Emperor. Wow. Now, this is a card of Aries, but I have to tell you, first of all, I love the 2 4s here. And I also feel like with the Emperor showing up, especially connected to your spiritual team, this talks about, I have a feeling your person has evolved quite a bit. Because the Emperor in the upright is someone that we can look up to. It is someone who has integrity. Now, it doesn't mean I'm perfect by any means. No one is perfect. But it does feel like, to me, like your person has evolved. And, I do feel like there's a good chance that this may resume. I feel like there's a very good chance. And I feel like that's why Judgment is mirroring the marriage card. And I do feel like there has been time in between. But listen, I don't feel like the time was wasted. Sometimes people, like sometimes we just don't know what we have until we lost it. But I don't feel like that's you. I feel like that's your person. I feel like these conversations, if we come from our soul, they're only going to help to strengthen us. So I feel like the potential looks very, very good. If I was one of those tarot readers who just said, oh, absolutely. Well, this would be the energy where I would say absolutely, but I'm not one of those because I know that there's free will and I can't predict someone else's free will. And I don't think anyone can. Like, I don't even think psychic, someone like a medium. I still feel like, like I could connect to a guide and they could say, okay, this, and that. But then it's going to be up to me whether I say yay or nay. But I do feel like there's time in between. I feel like that time wasn't wasted time, even if it felt like it. And it's kind of like, where really recognizing each other for who we truly are now. I feel like keep up these conversations, and I just feel like if this is what you really want, it may be what you get. But I mean that in a good way. I'm going to take one right down the middle. Wow, the star. The star has shown itself over and over today. It's called hope in this deck, keeping hope alive. And I also feel like patience, because of the time, like there must have been some time apart. And it may take like a few conversations to really like bring us back to this energy. But I feel like the more optimistic I can be, both of us can be, then I feel like, hey, listen, I feel like it's ultimately turning back into a connection. And it feels like it's meant to be. But again, doesn't guarantee us that it will be. But I feel like these conversations, especially the last one, I feel like there was something special about it. So I'm just going to say that, like, you know, keep the conversations like, hmm, I want to say light. But I do feel like there were probably some issues, and, maybe we need to work through those issues. But I do feel like the Emperor is showing because I feel like it's saying your person has evolved. Like I can look up to this person again. Maybe at one time this person has fallen from grace. They're connected directly to your spiritual team. So I feel like if it wasn't good for you, then they would be clear. But there's nothing here that's saying this isn't good. And I also feel, how do I want to say this? Think of the Empress, right? Again, she keeps her heart open. She's loving, she's nurturing, but she's nobody's fool, right? So you can't come towards me, tell me you love me, and then turn around and do something out there and not think I'm not going to find out about it. And if I do find out about it, chances are that's when I'll cut ties. Now, I'm not saying any of that is happening. I'm just saying think of that energy and trust in that. So that's trusting in your own intuition that, if you feel there's red flags, pay attention to those red flags. And those red flags may not mean like, okay, just forget this, like don't even go that direction. It may just say, okay, there's a little issue. There's a little issue. Let's just deal with it. I feel like you guys are connecting on a soul level. And I just feel like the potential looks very, very good. I feel like I have to point back to Temperance, though, called Patience, and from Mother Mary, where I trust in divine timing. And that could be where the Seven of Cups is at, because that can be, I can feel a little chaotic. Maybe I want this cup before it's time, but maybe there are certain things that you do need to work through and talk through, but I feel like you will and you can. So don't allow that energy to influence anything. Though I can feel how it could be a little scary at the same time. Okay, that looks really, really good. Whoa. Um, right, Alyssa, I want to read your comments real quick. I just saw them. Where'd they go? Oh, Camille, I didn't see yours either. Oh, Camille, it may just simply mean that the next 2 weeks have an opportunity to be very romantic. You know what I mean? Because I did have a feeling you were with someone. 21, the clock in Poland. Interesting. All right, Alyssa here. Yes, exactly. Yes. Oh, I just lost you. Hang on. I feel we are soulmates. I feel like you're soulmates too, Alyssa. We did have a good conversation. I felt that. I felt at the end he was a bit restraining himself, though. Well, for the men here, please excuse me, but men can have a tendency to do that, and women can too. You've been waiting, yes. Oh, you're both Geminis. Interesting. You do look up to him. Very encouraging, good. I do cherries and feel lucky holding this potential in itself. So beautiful. It's transformation for me. Some time apart, but it seems like we keep circling around each other. And that's kind of like how Sam and I were, but we're in union now. We're not married, but we're committed to each other. Free, but there was nothing bad between us, no fight, nothing. Empress is no fool. Yes, I will trust myself. So patience, temperance, and trust in divine timing. Yep. And you're very welcome, my dear. And thank you for sometimes I'm reading and I be like, I don't always know why I'm saying what I'm saying, why I'm saying what I'm saying. But I feel like your guides will know, you will know from your guides. I don't know if that made sense at all. D. Okay, D. Hi, checking on energy between Brad and I. Is he sincere when he says he wants to come visit me, or am I just an option? Is he pursuing others? I'm tired of living in fear from past trauma. Okay. You're a Gemini and he's an Aquarius. It's funny how a lot of you guys are giving me signs today. I don't normally, like a lot of times you guys don't give me signs, which I'm fine with. Okay, but back to your question. Is he sincere when he says he's going to come visit you, or is it just an option? Is he pursuing others because you're tired of living in fear from past traumas? Okay, my dear. You have a lot of control over that, though. Do you remember that? You don't have to live in those past traumas. You just got to know what you can know from them and let them be. And if he's part of that, I don't know. Let's just go to the cards. Let's go to our guides. And so, is he sincere when he says that he wants to visit you or he's going to come visit you? And is he pursuing others? And what can we do to help D with her past traumas? Really, whatever you want D to know, I'm happy to deliver. We have the moon. And what you just told me the sign. See, that was where'd it go? Oh, maybe you didn't. Oh yeah, you're Gemini, he's an Aquarius. Okay. Just wanted to make sure the Pisces wasn't part of that. We have the Seven of Pentacles next to the moon. We have the Six of Swords, but look at this person. It's like they got their suitcases. It's like they're about to jump on the ship. They're heading on some type of adventure. I do feel like that's Brad. We have the Four of Cups mirroring the moon. Those are those uncertainties. We have the Ten of Swords. Well, I feel like that's your past traumas. I feel like a question you may want to ask yourself is, do you have a tendency to get into like repeat pattern type of energy? And it doesn't have to just mean Brad, but I do feel like in a Ten of Swords, it's like, dagger after dagger after dagger in your back. We have the Eight of Pentacles. Hello, Ace of Wands. Action. And then the King of Pentacles. Now, let's look at this. It literally looks like Brad is it's showing a ship. But it doesn't have to be that way. What I'm really noticing, it's interesting how, well, it is swords, but I was just going to say how it's like you can see the swords in the suitcases. But literally, he has suitcases, and the Ace of Wands underneath that. So it does feel like action. I do feel like, I do feel like he wants to come see you. And I'm not feeling any energy of him pursuing others. But I do want to take a card on both sides. There's the King of Wands and the Lovers. Head of a heart decision. Now that would fit because we have the Four of Cups right there. Four of Cups ask you to trust your spiritual discernment as it relates to love. And I definitely feel like it's relating to love. You know what I mean? Like, let me just put it this way. I feel like if Brad doesn't come visit you, then I feel like, this of course is your choice. But I feel like if he doesn't follow through with that action, then I kind of feel like maybe I gotta let it go. Maybe, and I say that because maybe it would just serve me. Because first of all, I feel like you deserve a man who puts actions behind his words. Like, don't give me all your lovey-dovey words. Put action behind them. King of Pentacles is normally someone that I could trust. I feel like someone who potentially can be loyal. Doesn't mean they're always loyal, but I do feel like, it's interesting, Dee, because this is what I'm feeling. I don't feel that he's pursuing other people. But this is what I'm feeling very strongly. If and I don't feel like I almost feel like don't even say anything, but that's up to you. But I feel like if it was me, and that's what it feels like right now, like I am in this situation. I feel like if like I probably wouldn't even say anything. But if there is no action behind those words, then I feel like I'm not doing this anymore. Now, I know we have the lovers, right? But I do kind of feel here it literally is talking about a head over heart decision. And coming over the Four of Cups, it's really asking you to use your spiritual discernment. Interesting, we have two different kings, though, because I feel like, this king could be the potential of kings that you've already dealt with. And this king feels more like Brad. And I do feel like you two, I do feel like you two could really make it work. But at the same time, I feel like if he doesn't come visit you, and this, I don't know, like I want you to pay attention to your own intuition. And that's what the Four of Cups wants you to do, your spiritual discernment. But I feel like if you don't visit me, or if it doesn't happen, then in a way, I feel like that's my answer. And it doesn't mean that's my answer that, okay, he doesn't care for me or this or that. I just feel like it's simply, I can't live in this type of energy anymore. Uncertainty. And I feel like that's what the moon is representing, the uncertainty. We either are going to be or we're not going to be. And I feel like that's the point that you're at. Like, we're either going to be, Brad, or we're not. And then if there's no action, I see the suitcases. So I feel like there's a potential here. But I feel like if it doesn't happen, you know, I feel like that's kind of your answer. But yet again, I want you to just listen to yourself, but also understand that I don't know. I just feel like I can only take so much. I can only take so much. And because I don't want to waste my life waiting for someone who makes promises and then doesn't put action behind them. That's not who I want in my life. So if you're not putting action behind them, then I'm not your girl. And I know that's a little rough, Dee. But there's also a potential that, yes, he will follow through. But if he doesn't, I feel like that is your red flag. And you can do whatever you want with that red flag. But I do feel like that is a red flag, if it doesn't happen. Okay, hang on one second. I'm like so hot again. Here comes summer. All right. Excuse me. All right. Oh, well, D, you're a Gemini, and the lovers came out. Sophia. Oh, hit the wrong button. Hi again. Hi. Update on how my crush views you. How your crush views you. I'm wondering if anybody watched the I call pick a card because that's what they call it on YouTube, though I feel like it's pick a reading because mine feel like individual readings. Just wondering if anyone had the opportunity to watch that because I feel like they were quite telling. And the reason why, I mean, I'm not even going to tell you which pal or which reading because I don't want to influence, but I have a feeling one of those, let's just say one of those readings probably you probably felt, or if you didn't see it, I would say go back, trust your intuition. Even though when I do those type of readings, I feel like more than one reading can resonate with you. All right, but anyway, and I'm not trying to promote a video. I never do that. It just reminded me of it. All right, Sophia, how's your crush viewing you in this current energy? How is your crush viewing you? The wise old one, and I don't mean old, but wise, spiritual. Carter Hermit. It is the Hermit. Carter Virgo. He could be reflecting upon you. Thinking of you. I feel like you're the Hermit, or I feel like that's your crush's view of you. But I still feel like you are the Hermit, like you carry that wisdom with you. And what I think what I really mean to say is, I do feel like you're wise. I don't feel like this is your first time here on this earthly plane. And if we remember that, like, really, Earth is like our classroom. Oh, I like that a lot. 6 of Cups. Ace of Swords. 7 of Pentacles. I like this a lot. Now, you may not know any of this, but I feel like interesting because I feel like your crush thinks about you. And I feel like when they think about you, I feel like it makes them feel good. Then you have this Ace of Swords, and I'm wondering, is this potential communication? Is this like someone speaking the way that they feel? And I do feel like in the Hermit's energy, I feel like it's both of you. But I feel like, first of all, it's them looking at you as someone who, I just feel like they feel like you're wise beyond your years. I feel like, what's the word I want to use? Because I feel melancholy. No, that's not the right word. Like, I feel like when I think about you, it makes me feel good inside. And it's interesting because, I'm not going to say that this is like immediate type energy, but I have a feeling, I don't know if you like expressed your feelings. I know in one of the readings, I think that was one of your questions, should you? And I don't know if you have, or maybe it's just coming through, like through your energy, because I feel like this Ace of Swords could be potentially a conversation. And I also feel like, when they're thinking about you, it's almost like I'm wondering, like, is this potentially the one? Is this potentially the one? Nine of Cups. You make them feel good. King of Swords. The Eight of Cups. Interesting because, first of all, two nines right here. But Nine of Cups is a fulfillment of a wish. It's also inner harmony, though. I feel like that's more important than anything because I feel like when we can find that inner harmony, and let me explain what I mean by that in this type of reading. I'm not like, my life won't completely fall apart if this doesn't like come about. But I do feel like I want it to come about. But at the same time, I feel like it's important I say that. Like, I don't feel like, yes, I would like it, but I don't feel like my life would fall apart. I don't even know why I'm saying all that. I feel like, I forget what your question was. How does your crush view you? In a very, like, when I think about you, it makes me happy inside. And maybe I don't even know why yet. And that's kind of why I'm wondering, like, if you actually like express the way you feel. But even if you didn't, I feel like it would have come through your energy. And I do feel like they're potentially like, when I say like, could she be the one? I may be exaggerating a little bit. Well, not exaggerating, but maybe I'm pushing it out a little further. But nonetheless, I feel like when I think of you, I feel like you bring some type of comfort to my heart. Like, I feel like you are, like, you make me feel good. And I don't know if any of this has ever been expressed, but here's the potential of it being like talked about, like us talking about it. I'm just going to go right in the middle. Look at that, the world. Okay. I feel like that was clarification for me, really, or confirmation, I should say. So maybe when I'm saying, like, I'm thinking, like, could this potentially be the one? Maybe that is exactly what they're thinking. But I feel like, how do they view you? I feel like in a very good light. Almost like, I don't know. I don't know if you make them laugh. I feel like you bring comfort to them, like you comfort them in some way. Now, this reflection that I feel like they're going through right now, who knows? Like, how long do I reflect, though? It's only two cards down where we then have the Ace of Swords, and now we have the World over that. So, they view you in a very good light. And it's interesting because I feel like when I'm with, like when I'm, like I'm around you, I feel comforted. And I feel like that's just your natural energy with them. Almost like words don't even need to be spoken. Though eventually we do want words to be spoken, but again, I feel like I just feel your energy. And I have a feeling you feel their energy. So to me, that's probably soulmate energy, right? Because I feel like if we can feel each other's energy outside of, you know, being at the same place at the same time, then usually to me, it's soulmate type energy. It's all good. It's all good. can't guarantee you they'll move through that energy, but it does look that way. All right, I just wanted to answer. Oh, look at that. Top Secret. The Ring by Tech Nine with lyrics has the answer for you, Jamie. Interesting. You know, that's why, like, when songs pop in my head, I try to sing them, but then I forget the lyrics like almost immediately. But I always feel like, I'm meant to, like, oh, I'm feeling this song, you know. All right. Dawn, hi Dawn. Good news for Dawn, please. Good news for Dawn. Um, what your guides would like you to know. All right. Um, I feel like I don't know. I feel like I want to use a mellow deck. And I don't know, it's the first time I've ever called the Good Tarot my mellow deck. All right. Spirit guides for Dawn. She needs some good news. The High Priestess. Your intuition, my dear. Whoa. The Magician. Look at that. The Eight of Fire. Eight of Wands. Sitting right next to that Magician. What I think about, I bring about. And the power of that, the power of your intention. You know, and I love that the first card is your intuition. Because if, again, when I think about, I bring about, wow, this is the energy I'd want to see, and, just those who don't understand tarot 100%, I feel like tarot is about the fool's journey. And the fool's journey, when he's starting down the next path, he or she, I feel like the major arcanas is the fool's mentors. And the first mentor the fool meets is the magician. And the magician, it tells the fool that you possess everything you need to be successful on this path called life. And the very next mentor that the fool meets is the high priestess. And the high priestess reminds the fool, I am your GPS. I am your GPS in this lifetime. Use me. Follow me. And then the Eight of Wands, when I think about, I bring about, but it's also fast moving energy. The King of Fire. Wow. And just look at this king. Look at his heart. Look where his heart's at. It's like definitely wants us to look at the heart. Ace of Wands. Three of Pentacles. Two of Wands. Look at that, right under the Eight of Wands. And then, whoa, Here's the marriage card underneath the king, who, by the way, like I felt like I had to point out how clear and present his heart is. Not just that, look how, especially with the magician right here, it's like this person is being inspired, maybe by their guides, maybe by you also. But this is commitment. Well, Dawn, the power of your intention is everything. And I also feel like, I mean, I love that you have the Ace of Swords. It's mirroring the commitment card. And that ace is coming under the High Priestess. I feel like this is a period of time where you would really want to follow your intuition. Like, don't allow fear-based energy to get in the way. And I see no fear on the table. So, I'm not even sure I brought that up. But because I don't. This king, I don't know if you're still with Shandon, but whoever this king may be, and this is nobody of your past, this is someone who I feel like truly can recognize, well, you probably recognize each other's soul. And it can be initial recognition, right? But it doesn't mean like, okay, like immediately I start to feel like a certain way towards someone. But then you do move into movement. I feel the day is going to come when someone's going to get down on their knee and propose to you. And I'm really, that's really like going outside the box. But that's what I feel. And I also feel, it's like I'm putting, or maybe your guides are saying, put your intentions out there and then trust in divine timing. But also be willing to move in that energy, and what I mean by that is what we want to remember is like, when miracles come in, like all of a sudden I meet someone, it's like, oh man, there's something special about that person. And then it's up to me, am I going to move forward with that, or will I let like past energy stop me from moving forward? Dawn, I feel like the day is coming where, let's just put it this way, I feel like where you are making a true commitment with someone, I don't feel like you're going to be alone. I do not feel like you're going to be alone. Page of Pentacles on one side, the Star on the other side. So the Star really talks about hope, right? Keeping hope alive. But also with the Eight of Wands here, again, putting those intentions out there and then watching them come back to you. But I also want to point out, I feel no restrictions here. Like, and maybe that's me not putting restrictions upon it. Like, don't allow your past to have anything to do with your present and your future going forward. Not all people are the same. But I do feel like you are going to be making a true commitment with someone that may and probably will last the rest of your life. Hmm. And then I'm getting this feeling of like some of the things that you've been through, I feel like they've taught you well. And it may have taken time to understand the lessons behind them. But I feel like you are finding the lessons behind them. You're understanding life and energy much more than, let's just say, 10 years ago. Love is going to find you. And I feel like as long as you are actively participating, then I feel like this is ultimately a commitment that I do feel like is going to last the rest of your life. Because this person's heart is like boom, like front and center. And I have nothing of fear here. And that makes me happy. And I feel like I feel like another little thing is if I look back at my life, I can really break it down and I can really and really look at the cycles. Like I can break it down and the things that, were so difficult. What I really want to look at is how I have grown from them and how there's certain energy I no longer will accept. And that's all of us. Like when I think back to when I was young, like the stupid energy that I accepted from people, it would never happen. And I'm talking about in love, would never happen now, right? I'm a different person. And that's what I feel like this is saying to you. You've learned a lot. And letting the past be the past and just extracting the wisdom is how you can best give yourself the chance for what I feel you really deserve. I say I, but I mean your guides. And maybe this reading today is just saying, get ready for that. Expect it. But don't let, past pains and past, like past people who didn't treat you well, like don't bring that energy forward because I don't feel like it would serve you. I feel like if anything, I learned from it. And now this is about manifesting what's going to be new. I mean, how's that for good news? I feel like you're in a very powerful time of your life and use that to your benefit. Even when we don't feel things are moving, doesn't mean we can't keep putting those intentions out there. Write them down. Write them down. I expect good things to happen, and they do. I expect good things to happen, and they do. Um. Oh, so okay. So you and Shannon did stop talking. What happened? Sundry, by the way, I see your thank you. You're very, very welcome. Oh, Dawn, you hope I put both questions together. Well, maybe they weren't meant to be together. All right. So you and Shannon stopped talking. What happened? No. No. We're gonna use a universal tarot, Dawn. Part of me is feeling, well, maybe Shannon was there to really reactivate your heart again after a period of time of really closing it down. And when I say closing it down, it doesn't mean like, oh, like I never want love in my life again, but there was a lot of shit that you had to deal with. All right. Whoa. Okay, I feel like I got to take that. We have the Nine of Wands. Excuse me. With the Two of Wands. Queen of Pentacles. Seven of Pentacles. That came out in your last reading. Ace of Swords under the Nine of Wands. The Tower. Seven of Wands. I'm kind of already getting the picture. Whoa, that card went to the floor, excuse me. King of Swords. All right, I want to take one right away. Look at that, the Ace of Cups. Oh, all right, so you literally had that in your last reading. Different deck. Oh, wow. Okay. First of all, I feel like, I know I say first of all the time. But look at the Ace of Cups mirroring the Four of Wands. You know, I get this feeling. I could be wrong, but I get this feeling that sometimes conversation may have gone to like difficult places. And what do I mean by that? I mean, like maybe I'm talking about something and the other person really has no interest in hearing about it. But I talk about it anyway. Now, I'm not putting blame on you or them. Because sometimes love works, sometimes it doesn't. But this is definitely, again, giving you confirmation of your last reading, because no matter what, you still have the Ace of Cups and you still have the Four of Wands, the marriage card. You still have it, right? The Tower, it does feel like, okay, so Shandon and you, I feel like conversation has been rough lately. I don't know why. I just feel like it had been. But yet, I also want you to, I want to say keep an eye to the sky. Because maybe Shannon's purpose was simply to reactivate that heart of yours. Because I feel like that heart has been closed. Like, I am not open for business right now. But yet, in your heart of hearts, I feel like you do want to be loved and you want to give love. I feel like there were a lot of issues that, when I say issues, I just feel like, the conversation went a little haywire. But here's the thing. I want to tell you, like, don't get like super upset about that because I feel like no matter what, because in a way, with the tower under this Two of Wands, maybe that's exactly the way it was meant to be. And I feel like I need to ask you to ask yourself, like, did you feel like 100% that this was your person? Because something is telling me that, like, you weren't 100% sure. And maybe you were right. But I do feel like communication was the issue. So be it. Let's move into the Two of Wands. You know, and listen, you're back into allowing yourself to explore. You're back into like opening that heart back up again. I do feel like, you're putting your past behind you more and more and more. I do feel like your past was probably part of the conversation. And I don't know, maybe Shannon didn't like that, but whatever, because I feel like I don't want to focus on that. It's interesting how you asked for the two readings to be put together, but I didn't see that. But yet, look at this. Look at it's like here's that Four of Wands again. Here's the Ace of Cups. This is saying that you will have that love. But listen, maybe it's just on a different path. And maybe Shannon literally was there to activate your heart chakra. And let's face it, when we date, we're learning. Even if of course, we've been in relationships before, but if we're closing the door to the past, then we're learning what is it that I truly want as it relates to love, relationships, my life. And I hope and pray that you don't let this be a like, see, love sucks type of energy. And instead look at it through a different lens. Okay, so that didn't work out. But that doesn't mean that my person's not out there. I want to take one right in the middle. Look at that, the Nine of Cups. You know what I feel like, Dawn? And this is not to put the blame on you at all, but I feel like there is this necessity for you to find this inner harmony within yourself. And I know that you're finding it. I don't feel like you have completely found it yet, but I feel like you're on that way. You're heading that direction. And what I mean by that, I do feel like your past is still influencing your present. And, the Nine of Wands opens up this reading, and the Nine of Wands is really one taking a look at one's life and understanding, what I have been through. But really, the Nine of Wands is telling you to celebrate how far you have come, who you have become. But you're still human, right? You're still human. So I do feel like there was a little bit of your past that came in through conversations, or maybe that's just what they picked up. But I don't know that you had like true harmony. But I still feel like you're on the path. I do feel like this the Nine of Cups, I think it's a psychic tarot, they call it a fulfillment of a wish, right? Well, what's coming in between, or it's coming in between the Ace of Cups and the Marriage card. But then we have the Two of Wands here. Sometimes we got to kiss a lot of frogs to find our prince. But I feel like you're on your way. And, I don't know if you feel like things are 100% done. And if you do feel that way, let that be. Because someone sits on your path, someone's on your wheel. And I know this person, eventually you're going to cross paths. I know that. I feel it. And I know that. And it does feel like really energy that's meant to be. Now, when I say that, it doesn't promise us that it will be. But because I feel like if I look back and I understand really just how, like when you said, I'm sitting on my front porch again, like those statements made me feel, and I feel like make your guides feel so proud of you, right? Because why? Well, because for a while you weren't, because someone else was influencing that. Where I feel like you love sitting on your front porch. I don't know why I'm talking about your front porch. Um, yeah, I don't want to overread this. I don't want to overread this, but you know, here's the tower. So, you know, but then the two of wands is right above it. And this ace in this four is outside of it. So I kind of feel like, I don't know if it's even like chances are maybe you haven't met this person. Maybe you need to be adventuresome in your soul, in your heart, and allow yourself to experience maybe even different relationships. Because I feel like you're really learning like what I want, what I don't want. But also learning how to give, and how to receive at the same time. So although that sucks, I still feel like there's great, great news waiting for you. And when? Well, like Mother Mary said, in divine timing. But I feel like this Nine of Cups is a little bit of, like a clue, inner harmony. Because when I find inner harmony, it's very hard to hurt me. It's very hard to shake up my life. I'm pretty clear and pretty happy with the way my life is. So I feel like what I just want to say is just stay open. Don't close down your heart for anyone. Doesn't mean like in every relationship go the whole way until you figure it out. No. Pay attention to the red flags. Pay attention to the signs. But maybe it just wasn't meant to be past what it was. But my dear, this is for you, this Ace of Cups and this Four of Wands. And literally, the Four of Wands is in your last reading also. I feel like I was meant to do these readings separately. And I feel like the reason I was meant to do them separately is so you could see the synchronicity between the two. All right. I'm going to let that be. I know my readings are getting long. And I don't have a lot of time today. Okay, whoa. Scrolled way past. Rebecca. A message from your guides, please. Is this past person who is also my new person meant to be my long-term person? Is this past person who is also my new person meant to be my long-term person or my future person? I'm not laughing at you, Rebecca. I like how you worded it. Okay, so messages from your guides, but we do want to know about this person also. All right. I'm going to use the Gilded Tarot. We haven't used this yet today. I'm telling Human out. My card just sticking a little. So, Rebecca Spirit Guides. This is past person, who is now her current person, meant to be her future person. And any other messages you may have for Rebecca, I am open to receiving of the light. Wow, they really want to be mixed up. Wow. Okay, Spirit. Thank you. Tower. Well, I feel like that tower is just speaking about the past. So I have a feeling you and this person had broken up. Look at that, the Ten of Cups. Five of Wands. Two of Wands. Look at that, the Two of Wands is mirroring the Tower. Literally. That feels like your past person, right? Because here we are, the Two of Wands. We're giving it another shot. You know, I do want to point out that the Five of Wands is coming in between the Two of Wands and the Ten of Cups. Five of Wands, you know, I feel like what it means is this Tower energy that has already happened. You know, make sure that it's understood, because Five of Wands can be a lot of drama. You know, it can be fighting type energy. But we can look at this, we can see that and understand that at the same time, because it does then move into a two. But I feel like it is a little bit of a, like, you know, I don't know if warning is the right word, but it may just say don't allow, you know, like, don't allow anything that doesn't need to be coming between your happiness. All right, we have the Hangman, the beautiful Knight of Cups under the Ten of Cups. Look at this, the Eight of Swords below that Five of Wands. Self-created prison. Could just literally mean I'm a little fearful. The Magician. I have to say the Magician's been coming out a lot today. Hello, Ace of Cups. And then we have the Five of Pentacles. It makes sense. All this makes sense to me with your current energy. Because yes, you did break up before. And yes, you are back together again. And the Ace of Cups signifies that this really is love. You know what I mean? Like, it is love. And your question was, will it be your future person? Well, we have the Ten of Pentacles, or the Ten of Cups. And that's where I would look. Like, if I'm going to look for the ultimate destination as it relates to the Ace of Cups, it's the Ten of Cups I would look for. Well, here it is. And I love that we have the Knight of Pentacles right underneath that. I do feel like there are just a few little issues. And not a lot, but a few. But I also feel like your spiritual team is here to help guide you through this energy. This Eight of Swords is self-created prison. And usually the reason why we create this is to kind of protect ourselves. Like I don't want my heart broken again. I don't want to suffer another tower, right? It's almost like I'm putting the hangman, I'm putting a pause on it. Though you're not really putting a pause on it, but I feel like maybe energetically, maybe you're thinking that, like, well, that's kind of what your question is. Are they or aren't they? So, anyways, the self-created prison. This is where we're just trying to protect ourselves. But it does, those walls have to come down to really, now when I say they have to come down, I mean if I want to really live well in the house of love, the house of about of harmony, laughter, joy, laughing, dancing, all of that, then I gotta look at this. Because this, I feel like, is what's causing the potential of the Five of Wands. They're connected to each other. And that can be fighting, right? But it feels like if there is fighting, it comes from the energy of fear more than anything. This all feels really meant to be. Like you have really beautiful energy here. The only place you don't is all in the same line, which is good. And the reason why I say it's good, because I feel like that means I can deal with it. The positive definitely outweighs the negative. I feel like the Nine of Pentacles is saying, enjoy. Enjoy the present moment. Like love in the present moment. And then, because, listen, couples get into fights. That's normal. But not allowing fights to be like the end, because I don't feel like it has to be that way. It may have been at one time, but now I feel like you both evolved so much that, though that Eight of Swords is still here. But listen, the Magician's here also. It's a good thing, but it's also a little bit of because I don't want to manifest from the Eight of Swords energy more reasons to cause me fear. Instead, it's got the Two of Wands right above it. Instead, I'm just gonna, I feel like what this is saying is there's a very good chance that this is going to be, yes, your future person, and I feel like there's a lot of love. I do feel that. I feel like there's a lot of love, but I do feel like there were also issues. And maybe this is saying like the more that we can like not allow our past, and I feel like it is the two of yours. I'm not talking about like my whole life. I'm talking about our past. And it's almost like we make a pact with each other, like let's not fight about things that have already been fought about, right? Um let's take this from today's energy and move it forward from there. I do feel like you got hurt. I do. Um but at the same time, here it is again. Now, the Knight of Pentacles being in this love reading, it just feels like it's almost like divine protection. But this is a human energy, the Eight of Swords. It's our human mind. And it's like your guide just saying, but we're right with you. We're right there beside you. But it's also, to me, feels like I do want to look at that, because it could potentially put a little bit of a block. Now, it could be both of you, but this is energy that can be cleared. This is energy that can be gone with. And then I feel like, and then let's just enjoy each other. Let's really try to enjoy each other today. And I feel like if I can do that, then I almost feel like you don't have to worry that it won't go to the 10 of cups, because I feel like it will. But remember, the magician, the manifester, I can manifest positive, I can manifest negative. The universe isn't deciphering what I'm putting out there. If that's the vibration you put out, then that's a vibration I'm going to send back. So I want to think about that, but don't overthink it, right? And when I say like a self-created prison, sometimes it's just our thoughts, but we could argue over that. But I also feel like this is energy that can be overcome. And ultimately, I feel like the love probably never died. You know, the relationship may have ended at one time, but I don't feel like the love did. I I I know it didn't. I know the love never died. So I feel like that's it. That's the only thing that would really put, let's just say, pressure upon this relationship, where it doesn't really need to have that pressure. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to leave that there. Yes. You know, it's interesting because the cards look exactly like your question asked. And I want to thank your guides for that. Okay. Um, I don't think I'm getting out of here early. Lisa, my dear Lisa. Hi, Sandy. Sorry, I never put my question in. Oh, that's okay as long as it's like close to the donation. I'm fine with that. Plus, I know you have limited space. I wanted to know if I'll hear from my ex. We were chatting and met up a couple times, but I haven't heard from him since Saturday. And what is today? Today's Thursday. Since Saturday and confused. Okay. Um, hmm. You know, Lisa, I feel like your guides want me to ask you to ask yourself. Um, is this the person that when you think about, I think you called them your ex. Um, yeah, you call them your ex. Um, is this someone that you, let's say the energy is exactly as it is right now. Could you see yourself right now, the way energy is, spending the rest of your life with this person, making each of you making commitments? Now, you may say, well, yes, if this person makes a commitment. But I feel like what you guys are saying is like in between that. You know what I mean? Like, do they make you feel beautiful, worthy, and loving? You know what I mean? Like, are you receiving all that? Now, it's not that I feel like anyone's trying to talk you out of anything. I feel like it's just a reflection. But with that in mind, I'm using the light seers, by the way, Lisa. And I'm probably going to stay on for about another half an hour, guys. And I know new people come in the room don't know that, but I never want to leave donations on the table, but I literally don't have that much more time. But anyways, Lisa. Does she need to worry about them not contacting her since Saturday? Ten of Pentacles, the Devil, card of Capricorn. Really, the Devil talks about temptation. It's like the Devil's trying to get me to take his hand, reaching his hand out. Come with me, the waters are fine. Are they really? Maybe. The Fool. The Two of Cups. Soulmates. Soulmates mirroring the Ten of Pentacles. Holy crap. Ten of Cups under the Ten of Pentacles. Holy crap in a good way. Maybe. Well, let me rephrase that, because the Two of Cups, the Ten of Pentacles, the Ten of Cups, the Fool, that's all you. But then we have the Devil. And, I don't like calling it the Devil. It's really about temptations. We have the Knight of Pentacles. All right, well, that kind of makes sense. I'm wondering if your person is an earth sign. The Page of Wands. The Knight of Swords. Four of Swords. And the Five of Wands. Okay. The first thing I'm feeling is, if you haven't heard from him, don't hold yourself back from reaching out. And here's why. Let's say you reach out and it's met by like a little bit of like, because I feel like your guides are like, they don't want you waiting for anything. And I'm not saying that, like, sometimes it's normal. Sometimes people do move slowly. And the Knight of Pentacles definitely does signify that. Like, it can be slow moving energy. And I feel like, sometimes I need to be bold. And if I want to know, like, go ahead and reach out. Like, you know what I mean? Or it's up to you, wait if you want. Okay, let's say let's say that your ex doesn't contact you for a while. You know what I mean? Or is like here and there and here. I feel like that's where you guys just want you to question, like, could I see myself? Because you know this person, you know their actions, right? And I feel like you know their heart. And they were your ex for a reason, right? So have they evolved? Has the energy between the two of you evolved? Now, I feel like your guides want to give you some comfort because this soulmate is sitting next to the fool, and the fool is a new beginning, right? But it is taking a leap of faith. And part of me is thinking that's why, like, if you like, maybe you reaching out and see how that is met. And if it's met in a not such a great way, then I feel like then you should move on. Because I feel like this 10 of Pentacles and this 10 of Cups, it's yours. It belongs, it's on your wheel. Queen of Cups right in the middle. Okay. This is interesting because I'm feeling like in your heart of hearts, like I feel like you have the answer. But let's put that aside. I feel like because I feel like you are connected. Like you're connected to your guides. And what I mean by that is like if you're given red flags, I feel like you'll notice those red flags. You're not someone who's just going to ignore them. You'll notice them. And maybe that's why I'm saying maybe you reach out. Of course you don't have to. Um but I'm curious, like my mind is curious, like if you reach out, how it'll be received. And I feel like if it's received in a way that doesn't make you feel good, take that as a sign. And why? Why am I saying that? Well, because you have the Two of Cups here, you have the Ten of Pentacles here, you have the Ten of Cups here. I think I said that twice. You have the Knight of Pentacles here. It's like, your guardian angel is part of this journey with you. And I also feel like, let's just say things don't go your way with this person. I feel like a day will come where you no longer hurt over it. Now, I know why, because if it doesn't work out with the Two of Cups here, the Ten of Pentacles, and again, the Ten of Cups, I probably won't be thinking about this any longer. Now, I'm not saying don't give it a chance. Yes, give it a chance. But also be very aware of the energy without being, I'm not saying be I'm going to watch every little thing that you do. No, because you want to flow with the energy. Um, but I feel like, I feel like if you don't hear from them, let's just say in a couple days, then, or even now, reach out. Like, I don't know. I just get this feeling of like, you should reach out because I have a feeling that's going to give you somewhat of a clue. And I feel like your guides are saying, because, there is free will. And I know I say that a lot, but that is the truth. Um, if for whatever reason, let's say you reach out, or even if they contact you, but pay attention to how you're feeling. Because, if I'm going to make a commitment to something, or even give someone another opportunity, then I want to make sure they're deserving of that opportunity. You know, yes, you two could very well be soulmates. We do have the soulmates here, But I have to tell you, part of me feels like that's someone else. Ugh. And I don't know that you want to hear that. Doesn't mean that this can't work out, but I feel like your guys just want you to know, because I feel like whatever happens down the road, or let me put it a different way. Let's say this doesn't work out. I feel like down the road, not that you forget about them like 100, like, of course you remember like ex-boyfriends and things like that. But I feel like you will fall in love with energy or someone where I do feel like you're making a house with them. And it's quite a beautiful house. Now, I don't mean the house itself, but the energy within that house. So, part of me feels like you want me to say, no, everything is going to be fine. And maybe everything will be fine. But if you don't hear, if I was you, I would reach out. And not reaching out like, yes, I want you to pay attention to the way it makes you feel, whatever is said. Because I feel like you'll know very quickly whether to continue to even think about this or move forward with it or to cut it off. And I feel like I'm saying it mainly because you need to know that you deserve the highest form of love. But you also need to be able to give the highest form of love. Now, I don't feel like you have much issue there. Maybe the issue is more in like receiving, but am I receiving in the right way? Or that's not really the word I wanted to use. I just want to come up and look. Look at this, the Four of Wands. The Emperor. I don't know if you put down what his sign was, which normally I do not ask for. I'm just looking through the comments real quick. No. Okay. Um, it's a little bit of a mixed bag here because I feel like great love is meant to find you, period. And then the Emperor pops out. Well, the Emperor is in the upright again, someone I can someone I look up to, someone I respect, someone who has self-integrity. It is definitely someone who cares about their fellow man. This can be someone who's even a little older than you. Can even remind you of your own father, if that's a good thing. If it's not a good thing, then just delete that. But I feel like all of this is like stemming on the next conversation you have. And I feel like that's why I keep saying, if you don't hear soon, very, very, very soon, then I would reach out and just kind of pay attention, be like, hey, just thinking about you, how you doing? And pay attention to the response. I'm not saying that it'll necessarily be negative, but if it is, to me, that's your clue to then let this be, because don't think that it's this or nothing, because sometimes, listen, sometimes X's are X's for a reason. And I guess we just have to know, like, has someone evolved? And I feel like the Emperor coming out means that whoever the soulmate energy is, whoever this commitment, the ultimate commitment will be with, And again, you have not only the Ten of Cups, but the Ten of Pentacles. Then this is someone who, like, when I think about them, I think, like this is someone I can count on without doubt. So I feel like I'm overreading this, but I think the real clue is like if they don't, like if your ex doesn't call you soon, very soon, and of course it's up to you. I feel like reaching out and just kind of seeing where the energy takes me there. And if I don't feel good from that conversation, Lisa, I feel like move on then. Because it doesn't mean, well, actually, I feel like because you're meant to have this love, you're meant to have like and I feel grounded love. I feel grounded. So that's another thing is your person, just do they feel grounded to you? Um, though I don't want you to overthink it either, because I feel like it's simply like if I reach out and for some reason they make me feel bad for reaching out, that's my answer. And I don't even need to respond. I don't even need to say it like click. And then your guides are like, okay, but don't think that, that you won't have this great love in your life because, first of all, we have more than one love in our life. We have more than one soulmate in our life. Okay, but I'm going to let that be. Um, all right, Dawn. Um, all right, so after live 8888, I have to cut off. I'm gonna have to go. Oh, my ascensional light, you just got here. HP Lisa, you donated via PayPal. It doesn't. I don't have a notification for that, so if there's a question in it, it's not showing me the question. So if you type, let's say you typed your question in your PayPal donation, could you please retype it on here? Because I don't know why PayPal's not giving me notifications. All right, but I got to start reading faster because I got to go. Oh, Don, I almost skipped you right over. Do you really want to know Sheldon's? Oh, who? Sheldon? You want to know if Sheldon is happy? Dawn, I don't think you're paying attention to your guidance, unless you meant Shandon, but Dawn, I'm wondering. Please don't even think about going backwards. Please, please, please. And I'm saying that as a friend. Two of Wands. Oh, I didn't even know what deck I picked up. Interesting. Ace of Pentacles. Eight of Wands. Five of Wands. The Hermit. And the Moon. It's interesting because, like, I just told my guides, like, I don't want her looking at Sheldon. And I feel like they know that. But let's just say because I'm not sure if you meant Sheldon or you meant Shandon. Um, but let's just look at what we have in front of us. Two wands is mirroring the five of wands over here. Could be a little back and forth going on between him and you know who. Um, you know, do I think that Sheldon thinks about you? The answer is yes. But do I think that Sheldon is like part of me doesn't even want to answer your question. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean that in a spiritual way. Why? Because I feel like the more I continue to look back, the harder it is for my future to manifest. But we're going to answer the question. So I feel like it's like, would I say happy? I would say there's days I'm happy and there's days I'm not. Um, I do feel like there's days that he may be like, did I make a mistake? But then there's it's like a back and forth type of energy. Um, hmm, I'm going to be bold here, but I feel like if things aren't going right in my life, and I'm speaking as him, if things aren't like how I want them to be, then I do think about you. But in the same breath, the two of wands is mirrored by that five of wands. So I feel like nothing would really change. You know what I mean? Like it would just be repeating the same type of energy. Even though it could feel good in the beginning, but then it would go right. Because I do feel that. I feel like it would go right back to the same old energy. Even if it's Shannon you're asking about, because I don't know if like you if you really meant Sheldon. But either one, I feel like, are you happy? That's what your guides want you to ask. It's you. Are you happy? Because I feel like no matter whether it's Sheldon or Shandon, I feel like I could like there's days that yes, I am happy, but then there's days that I am not happy. I feel like if it's Sheldon, then there's days where there's arguments between him and that other person. And that may be when I think of you. You know what I mean? God, I almost hate saying all this. And I feel like that's where I'm just going to leave it. Because I feel like your guides don't want you thinking that direction. Like, I feel like your guides do not want you thinking back. There's nothing in your past that I feel is meant for your present or your future. It doesn't mean like, someone can't come back and it couldn't be like romantic in the beginning, but I feel like then it would go right back to where it was. And you would end up right back in all that pain again. And I feel like you're just starting to come out of it. So only look forward, only keep yourself forward looking. That doesn't sound right. What's the word I'm looking for? looking I'm looking forward. I'm not looking back. Forward. That's where your glory lies. Doesn't lie in your past. But to answer your question, there are days I'm happy and there are days I'm not happy. And I feel like that's probably just human nature. And I feel like there's days that, there's arguments in my house. And maybe that's when I think of you. You're like, maybe I question, did I do the right thing? Didn't I do the right thing? But I feel like, I hope that you allow that to be over. All right. I got to start reading a little faster. Jess, 333, 333. Oh, 333. Hi, Sandy. Does DL miss me? And will we find our way back to each other? DL. Jess, 333. And I also want to remind everyone the chat replay is on. You know what? I'm going to bring out the Tarot of Dreams, Jess. And I am going to try to read faster because I don't want to leave any, you guys pay donations. I don't want to leave your questions on the table. But Two of Pentacles. It's like the balls are in the air. We have the Moon. We have the Seven of Pentacles. We have the Queen of Cups. So weird showing cards to a black screen on my end. We have the Hangman. Slow down, you move too fast. We have the Nine of Pentacles. I feel like I'm the magic. I don't know who remembers this, but the magic 8 ball, and you know how you shake it and you get answers. And what was one of the answers? The energy is uncertain. I'm feeling that, like I'm the 8 ball, and it's uncertain. I'm looking at the Nine of Pentacles, and it really is an independent energy. We have the Queen of Wands, and then we have the Hermit. Okay. What I feel like this is saying is, there could be an opportunity, but it doesn't feel like now is the time. And why would that be? Because I feel like there's something like within your life, like there's more, like if we remember, like our souls came down here, not just to find love, but also to have adventures and, create certain things for ourselves. Because I do feel like there's something that's important that you may be creating or you will be creating that really allows you to be in this very independent nature. Now, when I say independent nature, it doesn't mean I don't allow anybody in, but I'm standing strong on my own 2 feet. So if anybody comes in, or if my ex tries to come back, then boy, you better be in the right energy, because I do feel like be in the right energy or don't come back at all. Um, 8 of Cups and the Palace of Cups. I feel like the Palace of Cups. I kind of feel like you want this to come back together. Interesting how I just it dawns and I'm like, don't go back. But I don't mean that for everyone. I mean, Lord knows that's my life. I'm with someone that I was with while I was a teenager. Um, and I am far from a teenager now. But I really feel like it is uncertain. But at the same time, I feel like the more independent you can feel in your own life, I feel like the better your life is, the better you feel within your own skin. And you're another one who I feel like is an old soul. And that to me means that you really can overcome pretty much anything. I don't love that the 8 of Cups is here, but when I say I don't love it, what's meant to be, I don't want to say will absolutely be, because free will again. But the 8 of Cups, it feels like, that emotional house. There's something like stored within the emotional house. And let's just say that both are willing to work on that to clear that. Really, you have to clear that energy, because the hangman is kind of putting a pause in the action, pause in the energy. It doesn't mean that it can't be, that it can't be love again. But I feel like right this moment, it just kind of feels like there's other things for you to accomplish. And I feel they feel important. Let's go right down the middle, because I feel it is uncertain. Look at that, the 5 of Cups. Hmm. Okay. Well, I guess if I was going to put odds on it, I put 40% yes, 60% no. Now, why am I saying it like that? Because I do feel like your heart still longs for this person. But I also feel like there are emotional issues between, emotional issues that if they're not dealt with, really dealt with, then I don't feel like I don't feel great about the potential of this. Now, again, that doesn't mean that you won't have love in your life again, because you do have the Palace of Cups. But I feel like right now, I almost feel like right now you're in this kind of melancholy type of energy, and it's almost making you want this. But for some reason, I feel like in your heart of hearts, like maybe in your soul, like I feel like your soul wants to experience something else, but it is up to you. Well, the two of you. But I feel like at this moment, it's uncertain. And why is it uncertain? Because I feel like it's 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 energy that's stored within the emotional house. And the hangman's kind of like, I don't know if I'm going to clear that. Now, I don't mean you, I mean them. Well, really, both, I guess. But I feel like this is you standing as a very strong woman. And, maybe that's what I said earlier. Like, I got to know what I really want, because if things come back together but nothing has changed, chances are we're going to end up right back here again, right back in, breaking up, right back in the pain again. And I do feel like you have a little bit of like, I feel like you miss this person. But that doesn't always mean that that person is meant for the rest of our lives, because people teach us and we teach people. But at this very moment, I feel it's uncertain. And I hate to give it an answer like that, but that's just what I feel, and I feel like that's what I'm meant to say. Because I do feel like someone's a little, someone would be resistant to, like, maybe having a good, long, emotional talk, that type of thing. Now, does that mean it can't come back together? Well, it can, but then I would say, but make sure that's what you want. Like, think of it like, okay, let's look at past energy. We broke up. Why did we break up? And what if that energy hasn't changed? Do I still want to be with that person? What if that's the energy I'm with for the rest of my life? And if you're okay with that, your guides have to be okay with that. But I feel like your guides are giving you, like, just saying, think about it. Just think about it. And I feel like we have to keep telling ourselves, just because one relationship didn't work out, it doesn't mean that we won't find love again. You literally have the Palace of Cups. But I also feel like you're single when that comes about. And I get this energy like this person, I don't know, and I'm not putting them down. I just feel like, I don't know that they're willing to do that deep work, the deep emotional work that would need to be had so that you can live a really good life. And have the love you deserve. Okay. All right, I already know what deck I'm going to use. Oh, just squash right by you. Oh, Sophia, I just saw your message. No, we haven't expressed our feelings. We just act friendly. I think you need to start flirting a little. Lady of the Lake. Hi, Sandy. Can you see my son buying a house this year? Thank you. You're very welcome. Something made me pull out the Gilded Tarot before I even looked at the next question. So I'm going to trust that, and I'm going to go with that. I feel like I did your son, like a reading for your, not a reading for your son, but I feel like, I don't know, lady. I feel like there was good energy coming for your son. Not coming for your son, you know what I mean? Like moving into like a good period in their life. But let's see. They're going to buy a house this year. We have the Queen of Swords, the Six of Swords, the Hangman, the Eight of Cups. Literally, the first thing I'm feeling is I do feel like they're going to buy. He's going to buy a house. I don't know it's going to be this year, or all of a sudden I'm being pulled to this eight which could signify August, because it does look like I'm leaving the coop, but not yet, not quite yet. But then this 8, it just is. It's making me think August. Look at that. That's exactly what I was looking for, the 10 of Pentacles. And that's what I ask my guides. Like I do, like when I do readings like this, I ask my guides to give me certain cards if certain energy is going to be. Well, that's what I asked for. And that's what I got. So he's going to be buying a house. All right. So am I picking up this 8 correctly? King of Swords, Page of Swords, Page of Wands. Interesting. Page of Wands mirroring that 10 of Cups coming under the 8 of Cups, or I'm sorry, the 10 of Pentacles, which I feel like is the new home. You know, it has him in movement. But then we do have the Hangman here. It's almost like I put an offer on a home and that offer falls through. And you know, that may that sucks. But then the perfect house, oh, thank God I didn't actually buy that house, because in the perfect house, and I would say the 10 of Pentacles would at least feel like the perfect house. I'm going to go on both sides, 7 of Cups and the Empress. I don't know if he's living with you. And you're like, go get a house. But to answer your question, the answer I feel like is yes. He's going to buy a house potentially around August. Now, don't quote me on that, right? Because though I do feel that, I really do feel that. And not only do I feel like he's going to buy a house, but I feel like he's going to love it. I feel like there's going to be something about this house that brings out like all kinds of energy within him, like energy maybe he didn't even know he had, like his creativity, um, just energy he didn't even like. It's just going to start developing. He may seriously start looking around June and then ultimately finding a place around August, but he will find a place. And it does feel like it's going to be the right place. And again, there may be like one home I put an offer on and it falls through. And if that happens, it kind of feels like it was meant to, because then it feels like then I find the right place. And of course, that's energy. I walk in a home and I'm like, oh, this is it. And I kind of feel like I'm going from a boy to a man, which in a way means like, okay, the responsibility's on my shoulders now. But just as it should be, right? Just how it should be as we evolve. But yeah, the answer is yes. Well, you know, this year, well, yeah. Because why am I thinking like, for some reason in my head, I was thinking like September was the end of the year. I don't know why I was thinking that. Because I was thinking, well, that only gives us one other month. I don't know why I was thinking that. Dawn, you're very welcome. And you don't have to keep giving me donations like that. Ursa Major. What messages do I need to hear from my spirit guides? I am open to any wisdom and guidance. Thank you. I love your readings. Thank you so much. Um, Real quick before I do your reading, I wanted to make sure that Lisa, you may not still be here. HP. I was going to see if you could retype your message because I don't know if you typed it in PayPal, but PayPal for some reason is not giving me a notification. So I just wanted just to say that because after that I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. All right. So Ursa Major. Any what messages do I have for my guides right now? And you're open to any wisdom and guidance. Okay. I think I'm going to use the Good Tarot. Oh, don't know why I'm cutting it, but I am. Okay, they're all reversed. Knight of Cups. Unexpected couple fulfillment. Page of Pentacles. Emperor. Look at this, the Nine of Cups. So, Nine of Cups, first of all, is inner harmony, right? Finding inner harmony, living within inner harmony. But it's also fulfillment of a wish. And you have the Knight of Cups. Yeah, it doesn't have to talk about love. It can be, it's a fulfillment of a wish, whatever it may be. But it is definitely something that I feel like would make your heart go Twitter, Twitter. Twitter, Twitter, tweet, tweet. Four of Pentacles. Seven of Wands. The Hierophant. And Five of Swords. All right. I don't know if you've been dealing with any difficult energy lately. Energy around you, people around you who, feel a little toxic, feel like, like they're stepping on your glory, on your happiness, on your joy. But I get this feeling like, well, that's not going to happen anymore. You have this fulfillment of a wish, and then you have the Hierophant. So that tells me that this is of the light, because listen, we can have a wish that's not good for us. You know what I mean? But this feels like, yes, this is something that's very good, something that's going to bring you joy. It's interesting the Emperor is right next to that. Now, that can be a person, of course. It is a card of Aries, but it can also talk about, like in your finances, you know what I mean? The Emperor to me is the leader of the people. This is someone who cares about their fellow man. And you have the Hierophant right below that. Aries and Taurus, by the way. So you could definitely be seeing like increases like in your financial situation, or if you even, yeah, the Emperor a lot of times I feel like is a business owner. Doesn't have to be, but it is the leader of the people. The Emperor is normally someone we would look up to. This is a beautiful line, so I feel like there's no reason why we would not look up to this energy. And if it's, well, I want to take two cards here. Okay, Tower. But then look at that. The tower, that's what was. But then the death card is transformation. So it feels like something's coming your way that's helping you close the door, probably to something that wasn't like I feel like I don't want in my life anyway. Because again, it's something that's going to bring you joy, but it does feel like first the door needs to close, and maybe it's just saying energetically letting go of the past, so that the what wants to find you can find you. I mean, it'll find you. Don't get me wrong, but it's definitely showing me that somewhere you've dealt with some toxic energy, and that's the door. I feel like, and when I say closing a door, remember, a new door will always open. Well, that feels like what the Knight of Cups is. It is the new door. It's interesting because I also feel like I'm getting a couple different things here, because I feel like in your money sector, I feel like there's an opportunity for real growth in it. And I do mean real growth. Look at that, the Hermit, spiritual. Look at all the keys hanging. It's like, you know, Death card is saying, I'm going to ask you to close the door, but then there's all these keys. There's a key to open the next. And that comes through your wisdom. And I feel like the reason why, and I'm saying your money sector, but the reason why I feel like there is growth is because I feel like you've learned. You've learned a lot. You've learned through your life experiences, and you're still learning, as we all are. But I mean it in a way like you're learning, and then you're learning. You have learned. That's really what I mean. Like, you have learned from your past. And because I feel like what's coming in really doesn't have anything to do with your past. Um, though, in the same breath, I feel like it is because of your own energy that it feels like this, it almost feels like a blessing is coming your direction. Definitely coming of the light. All right, so I want to look right at that. Look at that, and then we get the Knight of Swords. So I want to look right at that Knight of Cups, and we get the Knight of Swords. So you might be hearing some type of communication where it's either love or an offer, like a date type of thing. Um, but I also feel like this could certainly also represent. I kind of feel both, like an opportunity to add something into what you already do. And, I was going to take a card of the Tower, but the Death card is telling me, no, don't take a card of the Tower, because that is what was, and that is what we want to close the door to. And then when that door closes, look what comes in, the Knight of Cups, unexpected couple fulfillment. And it looks like it's coming through the line of communication, but it does look like it's opening up another door, or maybe two. And this energy is of the light, so there's nothing to fear. Actually, it's something to look forward to. Okay, gonna let that be. I know I'm reading a lot faster, but that's because I gotta go. Excuse me. Live 888 8888. I recently got a new job. Congratulations. The first month was hard due to the people and environment. I recently changed locations. Do you see me succeeding here? Interesting, because my daughter just got a new job, and her first week was hard, but now she's like in it. You know what I mean? Like in it and loving it. But anyway, I recently got a new job. The first month was hard due to the people and environment. That sucks. Um, I recently changed locations. Do you see me succeeding here? I feel like location can change a lot of things. And I mean it in all ways. I really do. I'm a big believer in that. Um, like I've noticed a major change in my money since I left Rhode Island and now I'm in PA. And it has gone way down. Um, but other things have come way up. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, something was exchanged for something. But I do feel that. I feel like, certain locations are more profitable, offer us more. Okay, we have the Seven of Cups. We have the Page of Cups. Seven of Wands. Well, I feel like those are the people you're working with. And look at this Chariot. Unlimited potential. I feel like don't let anybody get in your way of your potential. Do not let anyone get in the way of your potential. Because I feel like there may be a day where you're soaring above their heads anyway. It's also showing your move. We have the Five of Swords. The Knight of Pentacles. Man, Knight of Pentacles is like coming out in so many people's readings. It's blessings. We have the Eight of Cups. And look at this, the Six of Wands, victory. So I feel like the move is probably a good thing for you. And I feel like I know like it's difficult, any change can be a little bit difficult. But listen, I feel like where you left was also difficult. And I feel like the difficulty that I'm speaking about now feels like it's more like in your workplace type of energy. But man, I don't know why I see this, but I feel like one day you're just going to soar above their heads anyway. Almost like where someone's going to regret being a certain way because, oh, are you now the boss? Um, I feel like yes, I feel like this move is good. And I feel like, even though like right now, you had to deal with some difficult energy at work, I feel like that's going to change because, I feel like you're very smart and what's the word I was going to say, savory, but that's not the word I was looking for. Um, mm, wise. There's still a word that I'm looking for though. And I feel like nobody can take that away from you. Period. And I get this feeling like right now you feel a little out of place, but I do feel like all that's going to change. Ultimately, this is you claiming victory. And then again, the Knight of Pentacles, right? Bringing a pentacle into your world. And this is really going to expand your life. And I feel like this is what you left behind. And that's the Five of Swords. Toxicity. It's almost like toxic energy, which left me in a state of confusion. And now I feel like with the Chariot's energy, that's unlimited potential and victory right underneath that, and the Knight of Pentacles. So I feel like, things will be supplied. It's almost like right when you need something, boom, it's there. And if you find that, or if it's already been happening, I feel like take a second and thank your guides because I feel like, especially your guardian angel, because I feel like that's where it's coming from. Well, it's coming from your actions, but it's like a pat on the back, but it's also a blessing at the same time. Because remember, the Knight of Pentacles comes at the right time, but it brings a seed that really is meant to expand your world. And the Chariot is backing that up. Unlimited potential. I feel like you're right where you're meant to be, my dear. I feel like you're right where you're meant to be. And I feel like the day will come where you will claim victory. And I feel like, although things can be a little difficult now, anything new can be a little difficult. I mean, I remember starting new jobs. It's the worst. But then you get the hang, then you get in the groove. And then I feel like then you soar. So it's almost like the people around you better be careful. And I mean that as in one day they may be answering to you. Oh, Liv, I didn't. You have another one. Oops. Keep pushing the wrong thing. Any messages for you from past loved ones or spirit guides? I feel like one of those messages is that you're in the right place and to trust that. So there's a certain card I have in mind that my spirit guides know, and we'll see if it comes out. Whoa. We have the Magician. We have the Seven of Pentacles. We have Sacrifice. Material and spiritual prosperity. Mental conflict. Look at this beautiful Ace of Pentacles. So in your very last reading, we had the Knight of Pentacles who says, I am bringing a pentacle into your life. Here it is. And then the Sun. Interesting, 2 Leo cards connected right there. This is Leo's ruler. That's what I was looking for. That's exactly what I told my guides. So now I asked for the Emperor or the Empress. And here comes the Empress, and she's sitting right next to the beautiful Sun. This could be a mother figure. Doesn't have to be a mother, but someone who, it's interesting because I want to say someone who loved you in that way, but it doesn't mean that I know them from this lifetime because, we have ancestors, like they all know us, and you do know them, soul to soul, you know them. You just may not have known him in this lifetime, but I'm not going to leave that off the table though, because something's telling me don't leave that off the table. I feel like your guides do recognize that you did make some sacrifices to better your life. You may not have asked for like some of the situations, but it may be those exact situations that moved you to where I feel exactly you're meant to be anyway. Um, so I feel like that's one energy. But man, like in your last reading, Guardian Angel says, I'm bringing this pentacle in. And I love how it does show. I also feel your guides are saying, you can really connect to us. You can really connect to us. Calm your mind. Like when you calm your mind, or even in going into nature, like going for like walks alone in a quiet mind, I feel like you're going to receive their messages, their feelings. Like you may feel it as feelings. And I feel it's, I don't know why, but I feel like it's more when you're alone, like in a quiet time, quiet space. But for something is telling me like a walk in nature. And I feel like that's when you're really connecting. I feel like they're very proud of you. I don't know what you've been through, but I do know you've been through something difficult. And and I do feel like you've gotten through it, and it's like, like the recognition of that. I also feel like if you worry about any loved ones that may have crossed over in this lifetime, like that you were in this lifetime with, know that they're in the light, know that they're happy, know that there's nothing like there's no illness, there's you know I'm free, I'm with God, like I'm in the light, and also I help guide you. But I also feel like you have ancestors that you have not met in this lifetime is also part of it. It's like I feel like mom, grandma, great grandma, great great grandma, great aunt. Like I feel like there's a lot of female energy. Doesn't mean you don't have masculine guides also, but I'm feeling a lot of like feminine energy on the board right now. You may wonder or you may feel blocked from feeling their guidance. And that may be why I was talking about like taking walks or quieting the mind, because I feel like you can and will be able to pick up on, I feel like the signs, let's just say the signs. And I also feel like they're saying they're part of bringing this ace in for you. So even though life may feel a little bit uncomfortable right now. I don't know if that's the right word. I feel like that's all going to change. I even feel you might have been guided to exactly where you're at right now. Okay. Well, let that be. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing that anyone's ever done for me. I don't know if that song means anything to you. Um, All right, so I'm going to get going, guys, but I just wanted to see HP. Oh, hi, Diane. Hi, Steve. Oh, you want spirit messages? You got it, my dear. And I'm sorry, guys, but for the rest, I gotta go. Diane, I'm so sorry, my dear. You keep coming at the end of my readings. Um, but I do. I literally have to go. So where'd Lisa go? Lisa, I just saw your message. All right, so spirit messages. Um, what do I want to use? I can use the Tarot Dreams. A nice couple good shuffles. just so everybody knows why I got to go is I have to go get my nephew's baby. I feel like calling him my grandson because his my nephew's mom passed on, Tracy, and I have to go get a birthday gift. Queen of Swords. Interesting how I saw the King of Swords on the bottom. But we'll see. The High Priestess. It's your intuition, my dear. I feel like what it's saying is I feel like you've come a long way in the way that you communicate. And I feel like you should not have to quiet your voice for anyone else, if that makes sense. I feel like you're looking at things much more clear than you used to, like, or let's just say energy feels clear, like I'm understanding things on a different level, probably on a spiritual level. I also feel you're very intuitive. Two swords, interesting, two twos. It's almost like they're like, oh, which one am I going to be in? Five of swords. That's probably why I feel like your voice has become very important, because it is mirroring toxic energy. And it could literally, it literally feels like you dealt with some toxic energy for a little while. And I feel like it's kind of hung you up for a while. But I feel like you've either moved out of that energy or you're moving. Because why? Because I feel like you feel more powerful now. It makes me feel like the difference of like when I was young and dated, and the things that I would take that I would never take now. You know what I mean? Like, because I have evolved, I know better. All right, with the Knight of Swords, the Tower, Eight of Wands, King of Pentacles. So it's a different king. I saw the King of Swords on the bottom, but the King of Pentacles comes out. He is connected to the Five of Swords. Doesn't necessarily mean that he is the cause of that. Because I feel like this top line is speaking for itself. And again, I feel like there's some toxic type energy where I feel like you did take it for a while, but I feel like now, or at least in the very near future, I feel like you're not doing that anymore. It's like you've found your voice. It's like you how do I say this? Like, it's like you can read energy now, and you're trusting yourself with that. And I feel like this tower, like a lot of people freak out when the tower comes out, but I feel like what it's saying to you is, because over here feels like there was probably a tower. But I feel like because I feel like you've learned from that, any towers that may try to show themselves, I feel like you're going to see the signs. You're going to, like, I don't feel like they can reach you anymore. You know what I mean? I feel like you've evolved a lot. Way to go on both ends. But there is that King of Swords. And then look at this, the Three of Wands. So interesting, completely different energy than what was. Or I'm hoping you're not still in it. But if you are, this is saying that you can, you can move out of that energy. Two swords just means you have a little bit of a blindfold on, or you did, because I feel like your intuition won out here. I feel like you've evolved from this energy, and I feel like, you're now starting to look at life through more of an optimistic lens. It's like anyone who seemed to have like held power over you. And again, that was illusionary. But we can buy it hook, line, and sinker until we don't anymore. Until we don't. And it's almost like you're changing kings also. But whatever this is, it's of an optimistic nature. And what I love about the Three of Wands, you can really just let go and just tell the universe, I trust in you. I trust that my ships are going to come in, and I know they'll come in the right time. But in the meantime, I'm going to enjoy this present moment. You haven't had that opportunity all the time to enjoy the present moment. But I feel like now you are like, at least I hope you have moved into this energy. But if you haven't yet, here's the ability to. Let's go right in the middle. The Knight of Wands. All right. Well, Knight of Wands can feel like you're being swept off your feet. This is energy. This is energy, by the way. And this energy is, first of all, it's fast moving energy, but it's also passionate, desirable. So I want what's in this night. I want what this night is bringing. Let me put it that way. And I have a feeling you're going to feel it before it arrives. So maybe what it's saying is just keep yourself as much as you can in an optimistic view and watch what happens. Watch what comes towards you. Well, I know what it is. Your ships. Your ships will reach you. And, if you haven't felt like you found your voice yet, then I feel like you will. Like, it's like reclaiming power, is what I feel. But not in an egotistical way, not in a like it's my way or the highway, but it is like I know what's best for me. Or if someone comes towards me and they carry drama or toxicity, you know it right away. You feel it and you believe it and you trust that. It's like, again, that little red flag. Okay, that looks good, though. Listen, it looks good now, but it is giving us, like, it's showing us that it wasn't always good. Or if it's not good right now, then you're moving into good energy. Allow it. Allow it. And I don't know, like, it almost looks like I'm changing kings, but that doesn't have to be the case. Though, before I let you go, I just want to look. Four of Wands, or I'm sorry, the Four of Pentacles with that king, and the Wheel with that king. So, this could talk about like an old love, new love, or even current love. And it could be the difference of night and day. Someone may come in and just sweep you off your feet. But you're still in control. That's the thing. Like, I feel like you feel more in control now than probably you ever have. And why? It's because of your experiences. It's because you've learned. It's because you've reclaimed power, right? It's because I know that I have a right to live life the way I see fit. But I also love that you have the wheel here. So that means something destined, right? And just knowing that it arrives in its due time. All right, I'm gonna let that be. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I love you. I thank you. Um, it's a uh, for a few of you like Diane and you guys come in there. It's like it seems like every time I'm leaving, you're coming in. Um, yes, trusting myself and investing. Good for you. Oh, good, Lisa. I'm glad it made sense. All right, my loves. Have a beautiful rest of your day, and I'll see you soon. And hopefully, I'll be able to see you because, again, my screen is black. So, don't know why that happened. Um, though they did say to expect these type of things. Okay. All right, guys. I love you. Thank you. Have a great day.